handicapping.net today. Good to be with you. Greg Wolf, Acacia, Clement, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. You're the only one that gets a title. We need a title for us.
I know.
Good to be with you.
I could be a four-time All-Star if you'd like, but
we'll give you that. We have one of those already. We're going to kick off the card here in just a few moments. Split coverage today. We're on until 3:30 Eastern, then we take a break. We're back 5 to 5:30 Eastern time. And of course, Acacia, big weekend with a lot of graded stakes ahead.
Absolutely. Looking forward to tomorrow. Won't be on our show today, but we see the New York bred boys in the spotlight a little bit later today with the Ashley T. Cole. But of course, with the eyes on the Woodward, the Joe Hirsch, and several other stakes on tomorrow's card. And looks like just a tremendous day of racing from start to finish. We start a little bit earlier as well on what's bound to be a really fun Saturday and some important Breeders' Cup preps.
Yeah, and I'm just happy the weather's been so good. I remember, last fall we got back from Saratoga and it just seemed to be raining us out weekend after weekend, and now we have a nice weather report for the weekend, next weekend as well. With so many big important races, you like to see them run on fast tracks, especially as the horses that are prepping for the Breeders' Cup races. And with them being out in California, mitigates the chance that they'll get that kind of track out west.
Or like Goddess might have other thoughts.
She would like it to pour right before the race. Just soak the course.
She is going, of course, for 3 in a row at the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic on Saturday, Grade 1. We're going to kick off our card with this maiden special weight, 6.5 furlongs for 2-year-old, fillies and mares 3 and up in this spot here. And here comes our post spread. We'll start with the 2 back to Gridlock, who's been off since May of last year.
A big layoff, cutting back in distance, but she did run 2 good races when she was running back in 2023. We'll see what she can do first off the bench, 1 of 2 for trainer Chad Brown.
First-time starter that cost $1.35 million, the debut here for Citational.
There's a time in my life I was waiting for this horse to show up. I have to nickname who won the Frizette a few years ago. Big price to pay, not taking a lot of money.
Refuse to lose, Ricardo Santana Jr.
The best race that this filly ran so far was going 7 furlongs back in June. Maybe cutting back to sprinting will help.
Chad Brown with the first-time starter for Peter Brandt, Fashion Victim.
Yeah, I think this horse has been working well as a 2-year-old, but obviously has taken a while to get to the races. They paid a lot of money, and you were telling me on Talking Horses there is a lot of second dam pedigree.
Yeah, the dam sister to Just Whistle Dixie, the dam of Mohayman.
And start number 2 for the 9 to 5 current favorite outside for Gregory Sacco, My Magic Wand.
Had an eventful trip first time out, off slow, rushing up, pulling Jose Lascano forward, and then just kind of flat and late, which you can expect. I think we're going to see a better performance today, thus the favoritism.
2 minutes post in the opener real quick. Did you want to add something?
Well, I was going to say, I think another reason that the 6 is taking a lot of money, because it's a surprising amount of money for this horse out of New York bred against the Opens. Apparently, it's a big clocker report on this horse. DRF Clockers, I think.
You can play all the action, including this Pick 5 that kicks off right here with Naira Bets. Get signed up right there, nairabets.com. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the code MATCH200. Punch that in at sign-up for new members, and you're ready to roll. So here we go. Those silks always dangerous. Klarovich Stables, trainer Chad Brown, Manny Franco rides, and the debut faced a filly named Just Catherine, who became a 4-time winner and grade 2 placed in her career.
Yeah, she's a very talented horse.
The other day.
What's that?
Won here last week.
Yeah, she's still running and she's talented. And this filly was second best to her that day, but she also ran pretty well going long. And there's always the layoff to contend with, Andy, but you brought up some interesting stats for the barn.
Chad Brown has incredible numbers at Naira over the last 5 years. It's a very small sample size. Year-plus layoff in dirt sprints, he's 5 for 7 with an ROI of just under $5, and maidens are 3 for 4 in that time period.
Meanwhile, this 9 to 5 favorite, this is significant money for a filly that was 5 to 1 morning line. New York bred facing open company, so stepping up in class. Let's go back to that first start.
And here you're going to see her break very slow. She was last early, and then she's going to rush up and pull Jose Lascano forward and get very keen. And Andy, for she was a 3-year-old first-time starter, but for any first-time starter to have a trip like this, you can forgive them for being flat late, because right here, when she starts getting headstrong, an eventful trip for a firster.
Oh, I agree. And while she was on the rail, and the rail was the place to be that day, she angled out 3-4 wide in the turn. And I agree. I don't really care where this horse finished. Obviously showed after that break in the middle of the race, it showed that she has some ability. On the other hand, she's running against open maidens in this race, and it makes it a little bit different. Those New York breds now mixed signals, right? The winner, a Klarovich horse, came back and ran just horribly in her next start. The second horse came back and won at 1 to 5.
Speed's been pretty good on this racetrack. We have no idea in this race, do we? Who's going to be in front?
Well, I would say one thing about the 4 based on that, the 6, I'm sorry, what we saw. If that horse breaks, that horse is going to have speed because that horse clearly had a lot of acceleration after the slow start, so could be forwarded here. The 4 doesn't have speed. I bet you that the 2 could have some speed breaking from the inside with Manny. I'll be surprised if she breaks cleanly if she's not forward.
And as far as My Magic Wand, she debuted on August 2nd. You look back through her workouts, had to work from the gate at Monmouth, where Greg Sacco is based, on August 25th. She does have a recent work here, September 20th. You also have the opportunity to school horses in the gate, and I'm sure, given how she broke first time out, they've taken the steps to do exactly that.
Favorites yesterday. We had a pick 6 carryover, won the first 5 races on the card to kick off this week's action. We'll see what happens here as we kick off this early pick 5. 264,000 plus in that pick 5 pool, and all that attention to that New York bred filly, second time starter outside My Magic Wand. There's Deklarovich. Chad Brown, runner, coming back off the bench, hasn't raced since May of last year, stepping in with Manny Franco. Let's send it upstairs to kick off this Friday card to Chris Griffin.
My Magic Wand, last load to the outside. My Magic Wand goes in. All set. And they're up. My Magic Wand right out towards the front gets the first call and back to gridlock is ready to challenge these two. 1-2. Just behind them is Fashion Victim. At the rail is Citational, and the trailer Refuse to Lose. 3.5 lengths at the back end of the field, and My Magic Wand has got the lead, is a half length in front. Here comes the pressure from the outside from Fashion Victim and Flavian Pratt. They've gotten closer, now within a half length of that leader. Back to gridlock is back to third. They went 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. They are 4 lengths in front of Citational, who's losing some ground. The trailer Refuse to Lose. Well into the far turn now here in the opener. My Magic Wand is still a neck in front. Fashion Victim is ready to challenge, and a 3-wide run. Off the rail is back to gridlock, making it 3 across the racetrack here very soon as they approach a quarter mile left to go. A lot of ground to make up still to the 2 trailers, Citational and Refuse to Lose. 45-1, that half-mile time, and My Magic Wand is still there. It's My Magic Wand still holding off the oncoming Fashion Victim, and also back to gridlock, and the leader is spurting away. A furlong left to go. My Magic Wand is opening up with every stride. My Magic Wand is now up by 4. Inside the final 16th, it is all My Magic Wand to win the opener. My Magic Wand will win it. Fashion Victim second, up for third there, Citational. Then back to gridlock and Refuse to Lose in 1:16 and 4.
My Magic Wand, quick out of the gate, much better break here in start number 2 and able to go gate to wire.
And as we've seen over the last couple days, speed has really been holding on this main track. And once My Magic Wand broke so sharply and John Velasquez was able to secure the lead, he won it just a few strides out of the gate, Andy, and able to get that position.
Yeah, you don't want to keep harping on it, but this has become ridiculous. You can just see, I mean, the 2 was loaded down the inside. Manny angled her out. She couldn't finish at all on the outside. It's an inside track. It's a speed bias track, and this appears to be the 3rd day in a row where we're dealing with a heavily biased surface that's dramatically affecting the results of races.
6-5, 3-2 finish. The public adjusted, made this one a 3-2 favorite, and they get one that goes gate to wire for the win to kick off this sequence.
Well, I think one thing that she had that nobody else in the field did is that she had the recency. You either had first-time starters or a horse with a big layoff. You did have Refuse to Lose, who was cutting back in distance, but she's one that had a lot of questions to answer as well. So My Magic Wand kind of had that recency and the upside. You know, with Refuse to Lose, the only other recently experienced horse, we kind of knew what she had to offer. Whereas My Magic Wand, we talked about the poor start, we talked about her getting keen, and she was so much more professional today. And it just goes to show, once again, the benefit of having a race under your belt and getting that experience.
Totally different ball game, yeah. And start number 2 with a better break. And the 3-2 favorite able to lead every step of the way to kick off this Friday card here
Greg
at
Sacco's
Belmont
here.
at the Big A. Yeah, Greg Sacco, of course, of Mind Control fame. First ever Grade 1 winner. I was out at Saratoga. 6-5-3-2 with the win. Coming up later today, race 5, we're going to have this 6-furlong turf sprint coming up. Be the final race before we break for our coverage. Come back again at 5 Eastern. First allowance level race here, 6 on the turf. And final verdict. Eddie Barker will have Dylan Davis aboard. 2 back was a winner at Saratoga this summer.
Final Verdict's in very good form right now. Both he and Cigarette Boat come out of this race on September 1st. Andy and I both preferring Cigarette Boat of the 2 coming out of this race. But certainly you can't knock Final Verdict in the form that he's been in recently for Eddie Barker, who's also had a tremendous start to the meet here, Belmont at the Big A.
He had a big day with a couple of winners on Saturday's card, including a long shot. And I have no argument about Final Verdict. He's been good, but I feel like he was the best part of the racetrack. As the meet wore on, the Mellon Turf Course, the inside paths were really not holding up at all, and I feel like that compromised Cigarette Boat last time. And Alexis Zorbo was also compromised coming out of the gate in that start and had no chance after the start.
So that to come later. That's race 5. We'll bring you that one. West Point Stakes. Meanwhile, Dakota Gold finally revisiting the winner's circle for the first time in a while for Danny Gargan last time out.
Yeah, I believe that was Danny Gargan's only win at the Saratoga meeting. So he got up by a nose over a very, very good Spirit of St. Louis, who's going to pass this race and pointing to the Grade 1 mile at Keeneland actually in a couple of weeks or maybe next weekend.
And Dakota Gold was able to get forward for the win that day. I do think that this is a race that could potentially set up for the likes of Jerry the Nipper, who looks like he should be able to control the pace. Now, he did fade to 4th after being hustled to the lead last time out, but I like when they use his speed, and I think he's taken a little bit of time to round back into form since going over to run in the Barbados Gold Cup. That's not an easy ship for horses. The quarantine process, getting over there and then getting back into form as well. And he, much like City Man, they're both 7-year-olds now. Sometimes horses, when they're older, they just take a little bit more time to get into that form, and City Man showed a bit more life last time too.
He did, and I just hope the connections, Jerry the Nipper, don't make that mistake that we see all too often. They went to the lead last time and it didn't work out. Doesn't matter. His only chance to win this race is to actually go to the lead on today's card. And if they rate him today, Jerry the Nipper will get absolutely nothing. And one of the reasons he hasn't been more successful is he was rated for no real reason too many times in the past.
All right, that to come later today. We're going to show you during our second part of our coverage what happened in that race. That's the Ashley T. Cole mile and an eighth on the grass. We kick off this card with My Magic Wand as your favorite, winning second time out under John Velasquez. Let's welcome in Maggie Wolfendale for the first time today.
Here with winning trainer Greg Sacco. And Greg, be honest, a New York bred against some open company. What really pushed you into this race here?
Well, she's super talented, but the New York bred race didn't go a couple times in a row, and so we decided to if her to the open company. And we knew she was talented, but we found out today just how talented.
Absolutely, and getting the services of John Velasquez, someone that you've had success with in the past. Talk a little bit about teaming up with him.
John's the ultimate professional. He's the best of the best, and so when you can get John, it's just a plus on your team when you can have him on. And we've had a lot of success in the past. And so, we reached out to him today to ride the filly, and, we told him a little thing about her. She didn't break her the first time. I blame myself. I missed the gate work. And she broke in a tangle that day, and it was a good experience, but we knew she was a lot better than that. And so, today she had the outside post, broke like a rocket, and Johnny controlled the race. He said when she opened up, she had her ears going back and forth, and he just had to nudge her a little bit, still a little green. But then, when they came to her, she kicked on.
Yeah, she was very impressive. And as you said, your son, will be manning the string here all winter long, keeping a string here in New York.
Yes, yeah. We're born in 54 at Belmont, and Will's going to be subbing and on his own all winter. Looking forward to it. He's really into it, passionate about racing. So he's going to be doing the commute from Jersey, and so I look forward to him being here all winter and beyond that.
Better him than you doing that commute, right?
Yes, I did it for a lot of years, and now he knows, Dad. Why do you sleep when we get in the car? I go, you'll do it when you're my age one day. Yeah.
There's naps in the car.
Yeah.
Congratulations here, and looking forward to seeing you well represented through the winter.
Thanks, Maggie. Appreciate it.
All right, Greg Sacco with My Magic Wand. She had the magic touch today, guys.
She did, in a much better start from the outset, and able to use that speed to her advantage here on this racetrack. 6-5-3 finish here in the opener. And we'll see My Magic Wand now on to face winners next time out. Let's tell you what we have still coming up for the rest of the program here as we're just underway with the opener on this Friday card. It's presented by Claiborne Farm. Started the pick 6, that carryover hit yesterday. We'll start anew in race 4 and then that late pick 5 beginning in that 5th race as we touched on briefly just a few moments ago.
That'll be a fun one, too. It's a fun race.
It is. And maybe we can give a little brief pick 5 preview before we leave everyone.
I'll leave that for Andy. He's the one that's
Not
better
now.
with the
We have
Well,
time.
I
We
mean,
have time.
to be honest with you, I'm not interested in getting involved too heavily in any dirt races here with the track the way it is. I think you're so at the mercy of how the races play out, and it's just very hard. And I find it hard to take horses you think might be in front. You don't know they're going to be run. So in a biased racetrack, as Jonathan and I have both talked about in the past, you make money playing on horses coming back that were against the bias, or betting against horses that were helped by the bias. Playing them in themselves, very tricky thing to do.
All right, this second race, 6 furlongs, sprinting on the grass, 40,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 lifetime. We'll get more on this race coming up in just a moment. We're going to step aside for a timeout. 7-year-old mare and still going strong, trying to pull off the first ever three-peat in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic on our Saturday coverage. We'll have a preview next.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
And Theatrical gets the lead now by Annette. Belay My Lord back into second, getting around the outside, River Memories, and farther out is Stately Dawn. On the rail is Telekino. They approach the 8th fold. Theatrical has the lead by a length. On the outside, River Memories right there in second. About 3 to Telekino in third. But Theatrical draws clear again. It's Theatrical in front.
Pat day for Bill Mott. in that 1987 Turf Classic, Theatrical, who would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Turf that year and become champion turf male.
Beating Villiers Mare in River Memories, finishing second there. Talakano's down there on the rail right now. He had beaten Manila in the Bernard Baruch, one race before Manila, and his last start beat Theatrical in the Million. And I think he was the only horse to finish ahead of Theatrical in that year, in a year where he could arguably have won the Horse of the Year, beating the ARC winner, whose name escapes me, starts with a T, in the Breeders' Cup at Hollywood Park. He was some horse. He got placed first. He finished behind Dance of Life, was placed first in the Sword Dancer.
Bill Mott looking for number 7 in this year's Joe Hurst Turf Classic, and that would mean 3 in a row for War Like Goddess. More on that coming up in a moment. It's our ABR race of the week, and we'll have it for you tomorrow. She is just astounding. 7 years old, 12 victories, 2.8 million plus in earnings, Acacia, and she hasn't really lost a step.
No, she hasn't. She's been a lot of fun to follow. We saw her winning at Delaware 2 starts back, and then last time out in the Flower Bowl where dynamics were not in her favor. Idea Generation wiring the field at a big price, and War Like Goddess running on to be second. But this is her win in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic last year. And not only did she win, but she took over and won by 4.5 lengths when there was that pace setter so high out on the front end there on the turf. 90-1, but he does that. We've seen him do it, Andy. March out there on the front end and hold on for some pieces. But she is a very cool mare, and it's fun that she has stayed in training this year as a 7-year-old, and she will try to beat the boys once again. And having been able to see her train quite frequently, she is just as fiery as ever coming into this.
Oh, she's a major player. Right? That last year's race was running an absolute bog, which I think worked in her favor, and obviously the turf very firm, but you see her record, and she's a horse that really should have won the Breeders' Cup a few years ago. When she lost to the Japanese horse, she got a pretty bad ride that day and really ran her best race that day. She's remarkably consistent and very logical.
Looking to move over $3 million in earnings and add yet another grade 1 to the resume. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale, and she's been such a great story, Maggie, in this sport, which she's accomplished year after year after year for Bill Mott.
You said it, Greg. In an era that we don't see horses stick around, they're whisked off to the breeding shed when they've accomplished as much as what War Like Goddess does. Now, granted, you're not necessarily going to get top dollar for a turf marathon filly or mare, but still, the fact that Bill Mott has instilled that longevity in there speaks to how good this Hall of Famer can be. And you have to play the game with War Like Goddess because she is her own boss. As Acacia said, she can be quite sharp and keen, and she likes to do things her own way in the mornings. So really good to see her still displaying that at 7 years old. I thought in the paddock prior to the Flower Bowl last time at Saratoga, she looked better than ever. Her weight, her coat, her conditioning, everything. And she was just stacked against it that day with Idea Generation setting those glacial fractions and wiring the field. And really, she was the only one to come running from behind. Yes, she's going to look for a unprecedented 3rd victory in this Joe Hurst Turf Classic, but I'm hoping, Greg, she can do it. I will say the one thing, she had one more race last year prior to this start. But again, like I said, the fact that she looks as though she's doing so well, I think speaks volumes, and she'll also look to keep that perfect Aqueduct record over the turf intact too.
She's just been a very cool story in here. She's got some real competitors though in this race on Saturday.
No, she does. It's a very competitive race, and that's what makes it fun, too. And as Andy mentioned, it's going to be a much different conditions than what we saw her running in the Turf Classic last year, and even what she faced in the Flower Bowl last time out as well. Farbridge was able to wire the field last time in the Sword Dancer, being drawn outside, though. This time, certainly not to his benefit, Andy. We know his quirks and how he does tend to lean in, and I think he caught everybody by surprise with the tactics last time, too.
He's obviously not going to be the speed in here with the horse on the rail as well as Emmanuel. So Joel Rosario's job is to try to get this horse to the rail because he's never a horse that gets comfortable racing outside of horses. If he can do that, I still think he can run a good race near. I don't think he was as lucky as some people might think last time, as much as he's been unlucky in other races when he hasn't got his trips. On the other hand, it's his fault sometimes, not always though. Silver Knot's really the question mark. If Silver Knot can get back to that form when he won the Man of War here back in the spring, summer, or even that Bowling Green, the Bowling Green race a little bit phony he can win this race, and he becomes the horse to beat more so than the race mare. But you have to be a little concerned because he stunk in the Sword Dancer.
Yeah.
He checked out of it, before measured time even did. And I guess there's some questions with measured time if he wants to go that distance. And as you said, there's no chance Farbridge can win this race Saturday the way he did that last race.
Right. Now, this is the United Nations where...
Because of this horse.
Right. We'll get... See, I think Emmanuel's faster than Get Smoking. I don't think he'll be in front of him because too much around here we ride to how horses run as opposed to how fast they are early, though I'd like to see Emmanuel at least try, but he should be sitting second. I don't know exactly if something went wrong at the start, but what he was doing in the middle of the pack going a mile and 3/8, I'll never know in here. And considering he was never on the rail, and that was the day the rail was very beneficial down at Monmouth Park, I think Emmanuel is the only sort of interesting price horse in this race, a horse they continue to run going long, and Mike Makers pulled off some upsets before, so I thought he was a little bit interesting as an alternative.
And as far as that United Nations as well, we've seen horses come out of that race and run well moving forward, too. A couple of nice winners, too.
Yeah, I think one of them's in this race, right?
Yeah.
Farbridge.
Farbridge
was 3 wide that day.
There was a horse of Chad's that I'm blanking on that won closing weekend at Saratoga as well. We saw Grand Sonata come back and win Kentucky Downs
you're right.
too.
The horse that won the Brew.
Yes.
Cutting back.
Can't think of his name, but those horses coming out of that United Nations in which Get Smokin was able to.
Running B.
Yeah. Exactly right. Was able to control things on the front end.
That is race 6 tomorrow, 2:40 Eastern start time. We're like God is trying to make it 3 straight in this grade 1 against the boys. Part of a loaded stakes lineup on Saturday that includes the Woodward, grade 3 Vosburg, and grade 2 Pilgrim. So we hope you join us on our Saturday coverage. Big day for horses that have their eyes on championship weekend at the Breeders' Cup out at Del Mar. Let's move on to our second race on this Friday card here. Again, sprinting on the grass. All for sale for $40,000 near. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime in this race and raging. There is the 13. 5-2 favorite right now.
The old Harvey Pack thing. Never bet a horse trying to do something it's never done before as the favorite, and to take Raging at a short price, having never run the turf, is not the world's greatest bet.
Did try to get on the turf last time out, and he ran very well. Now, it was avoided claim out of that race. We don't know the full story behind the scenes. It was entered for the turf. There is some turf pedigree in there as well, and Practical Jokes certainly can handle it. And this was a horse purchased at the Horses of Racing Age sale. So immediately, Jordan Wyckoff and Joe Sharp try to get him on the grass. And that's a move that they've had a lot of success with. And he did run very well over forward move in this race.
We'll see if he has the same kind of speed in the turf. If he does, he can probably clear it here. But I prefer the horse that ran behind him forward move, and I know you agree.
Look who's back, by the way. There he is. First mount back for the man who just won his 3rd Saratoga riding title in a row. Rad Ortiz Jr. missed yesterday's action because could not get a flight back with those storms in Florida. And you know he's chomping at the bit to get back in the winner's circle. Here is our post-break. We start with Inflation Nation.
Gets in off the also eligibles and shouldn't be completely ignored, and could also apply some pressure on Raging as he did when they ran in the dirt together.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, draw the rail with the 2.
With Bay Long dropping in class for the first time, the big question is if he has any form left at all.
There's Royal King went by.
Yeah, he read well enough in the past that maybe you can forgive his last race, but I don't trust him. Last turf race.
Long shot, Tedda's trotter, David Donk. Here's the 6 forward move.
And his first time being able to be back sprinting on the turf since his debut, which is one of the best races that he ran.
Typhoon Fury, blinkers go on today.
Has not run well since he was claimed.
Muzara, blinkers come off with Ricardo Santana Jr.
And going back to the turf where he's only run once, yes, it was against Special Weight Company, but he did not really show anything that day.
Manny Franco on Musical Maestro.
I think if you're looking for a price, he's where you want to go in here.
I had Manny.
What's that?
It said Sam Camacho. We'll check that.
I have
Sammy Camacho.
I have a rider change.
Okay. I hope it's Manny. I thought this horse ran very well in his turf race, too.
Conniving went by with Lane Luzzy. Here's Bucker, too, with Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, this horse at one time had races good enough, but not recently.
Irish Tenor, John Kimmel, Jose Lezcano.
A little intriguing. He only has 2 turf races, and both were against Tuffer. His first time for a claiming tag on the grass.
And he's back. There he is. Rad Ortiz Jr. on Raging here for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, and we'll see if he has the same kind of speed in the turf he does in the dirt. If he does, he may be a major threat to wire the field.
Now let's go back to the 6 here. Forward move, Linda Rice. Flavian Pratt, and as Acacia mentioned, back to sprinting on the grass since the first time since the debut.
And it's been a tough road for this horse. He ran well sprinting on the turf first time out. Then they tried going long, came off the turf, then cut back to a sprint, came off the turf, then ran long on the grass to no avail, layoff, came back off the turf. And he actually ran pretty well last time, finishing third in that off the turf race. So should be able to move forward off of that. And I just think he wants the turf sprint, and excited to see him back doing exactly that, Andy.
Well, I agree with everything you said.
And by the way, it is Manny Franco on the 9 Musical Maestro, so our graphic was incorrect. 4 minutes away here from this second. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start and take a look at number 6 here and watching these warm-ups and forward move. I really like getting back to the turf. This is a turf horse, especially sprinting for only the second time after he was able to get, it seems like he's a rain magnet, as he was able to do that first time out, and getting back to it today where he did take a lot of money in that debut. He did get quite hot and washy back in the paddock. He's actually chilled out a little bit since getting on the track and commencing his warm-up, but this is the right spot for him. Just wish he didn't get quite as hot as what I observed from him in the paddock, but otherwise really looking the part. As we'll move on to the horse who is taking all the money, and I agree with Andy. I think that's one of the best Harvey Pack lessons that actually Andy parlayed to me when I first started working here, is you never take the favorite if they're trying something new for the first time. And I get it. There's a little bit of pedigree. Does he scream turf physically? No, but he is a horse that has run well and maybe arguably better on those sealed tracks. Granted, last time running very well, first time for Joe Sharp, it was an open, muddy track. He does have that bit of suspension to his stride, which always parlays well to getting to the turf. He, like I said, does not scream turf to me. And so that's why it's just hard to take him at such a short price switching surfaces. As I'm going to take a shot here with the horse that I don't know how good he is. As Andy said, are you willing to kind of forgive him for his last turf race? That's number 3, Royal King, as Joel Rosario will get aboard today. And that last start on the turf for the same condition here, I feel like that was actually a pretty tough 40. In that we saw Java Buzz, he was cranked up and ready to lay some fire here. Sorry, I was just listening to Chris Griffin. I thought he was announcing a late scratch, but announcing a jockey change. Java Buzz cranked up and ready to win. Creasa came back and flattered that, winning as well. And Royal King, I just thought was really, really wide throughout that race. And the 7.5, that's 2 turns at Parks on, I don't even know if you can call that a turf course. And then his 6 furlong race at Belmont, pretty good. Looks like a turf sprinter too, and he looks like a coiled spring heading into this race. Just looks as though he's doing very, very well. So, Greg, I'm going to take a little bit of a shot here with a price and Royal King getting back to the turf for only the 4th time in his career.
All right, Maggie, see how it goes. Thank you. 10-1 with Joel Rosario on the 3, Royal King.
You're supposed to bet against the 13 here. I mean, you don't know this horse will be as fast in the turf with the 1 getting in.
Just real quick, I scratched into the 6. Yeah, that was my picks before the scratch.
So you don't have the scratched horse?
No, I do not. There we go. I scratched into the 6. I did like the forward here. But yes, and I agree with Maggie. I picked the 3, Royal King, 3rd. I thought he was a little bit interesting. Java Buzz wired the field that day. But I think, as you and I were discussing, Andy, I just don't really know what to make of that Java Buzz race, because he was good on that day wiring the field. Very disappointing in his subsequent start. And just is he really that good? Is that a race you can rely on?
Well, Creasa was second, did come back and upset a field. I thought Musical Maestro was interesting at a price. You know, you look at that race 2 back, his turf debut, he should have been placed second. It's ridiculous. They disqualified rightly so the final verdict for fouling horse outside of him because the chain reaction with this horse was interfered with as well. And then last time out, I know he didn't run well in there, but he ran well enough 2 back that I think he's worth taking a shot with. I always like Pat Quick's horses too.
And that was his turf debut too, and you get Manny Franco now.
Yeah, I heard there's a rider change. It's Manny Franco. Is that right?
Might have heard that.
9-1, and there is the 9 horse there in the background. Yeah, for the Pat Quick run. But look, 3-2 on this 13 horse is getting a little ridiculous here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a little bit of the presence of Irad Ortiz. He's back riding. It's the fact that they wanted him on the turf last time. I don't think any of us are saying that he can't win this race. It's just a hard price to take when I think that there are some other intriguing horses in here. I wanted to give a quick mention to Inflation Nation because I think he's being a little bit ignored, but he does get in off the also eligible list, so he's the one, but he's actually going to break from the far outside, which certainly is not ideal. But this is his first time running for a claiming race on the turf.
But he breaks right outside of the number 13.
He does.
And both of them be forward. They dueled last time on the dirt, and we know that he's more of a turf horse.
Yep.
We don't know if the 13's a turf horse. The 13 is 3-2. It is a terrible gamble. He's not winning this race 2 out of 5 times. He's just not. And there's just, what happens when there's 3-2 is there's better, even the 6 horse at 3-1 is probably fair value in the 3-1 range. The horse that both you and I picked, I think the 9's an overlay. You guys mentioned the 3. There's a lot going on in here. Even the 2 has back races. I don't know. We don't know if he can run anymore, but the 2 horse for Bill Mott has some back races, and he drops in for a tag the first time. There's just so much going on in this race to assume that this horse is a turf horse and therefore is going to win.
Any interest with the 12?
Yeah, he's a bit intriguing. I thought 2 starts back that he actually looked more like a turf horse, and he won that day and getting back onto the grass last time. Another one who his first time actually running on the grass in a claiming race.
Yeah, 11-1. A little interesting here coming out of a state-bred A other than. Here we go with a pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Bucker 2 flashes that speed, and Bucker 2 is now going to take back and let others press on as Mozara has put a nose in front, but a scramble on for the front as they are going to be 6 across the course. At the rail is going to be Royal King. In between horses there is Tetis Trotter. Mozara is 3 wide. 4 wide joining them. Here comes Raging from the far outside draw, and Raging is now making it 4 wide across the turf course. Inflation Nation is going to tuck right in behind this leading quartet as they work into that far turn. They went 22 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile. Back to 5th is now Tetis Trotter. In behind them comes Typhoon Fury. It's a gap of another 3 to Bailon, who's back there with Bucker 2, who broke on top but is now towards the back end of the field. Chasing Musical Maestro is trying to run on. The rest with some running to do. Irish Tenor, Redcap Conniving, and far back to the trailer there at the back end there, Royal King, and they reach the top of the lane. It's a sprint for home now, and the leader is Raging. It's Raging in front, but here comes the run from Typhoon Fury, and Typhoon Fury is picking up rivals quickly. It's Typhoon Fury, who's now in front, is up by a length and a half. Trying to keep up is Raging towards the inside. Inflation Nation and Bucker 2 is rallying on late, but Typhoon Fury almost there. Typhoon Fury gets the victory. Typhoon Fury wins it. Inflation Nation, then a photo, Raging to the inside of Bucker 2 in 1 minute 10.37 seconds.
Typhoon Fury blinkers go on today. 13-1 upset here in the second.
And I guess that made the difference. I know he's taking a drop in class first time for these connections. The short comment in his last race says lacked room late, but Andy, watching that race, I just thought he just never really accelerated and kicked on. He accelerated today.
No, I completely agree with everything you said. It's a meaningless comment. He ran today. I thought there were a lot of interesting horses in there. I missed him as an interesting one, but if you had him, you got 13-1. And the 13 actually ran fairly well in here, but there was plenty more speed in the race and might have hung on for 3rd. Don't even know if he did. It was just a terrible gamble. Inflation Nation worked out a good trip. He just didn't have the closing kick.
So Typhoon Fury, 2nd win, 10 career starts on the grass. John Toscano Jr., Ruben Silvera. And you have very tight for 3rd. We'll know momentarily if Raging was able to hang on to get a piece of this or not.
And as far as Raging's trip did go, the 13, not the quickest out early, and Rad Ortiz really had to hustle him into it. So soon he ended up pressing the pace 4 wide, able to get to the lead, and all things considered, whether he was 3rd or 4th, he actually did run pretty well, given the pace that he was involved in and the kind of wide trip he was getting early on. It looked like that was going to set up perfectly for Inflation Nation in the garden seat, but it was Typhoon Fury at a big price, who clearly equipment change in the drop in class made a big difference.
Yeah, he really ran back. Good for the Toscanos, got the win. Tough horse to make off the paper. He did have good back form, but it just seemed like his last 2 races left a lot to be desired, but he got it done today.
1 race back, and fans can't wait to bet on a Rad Ortiz Jr. already. Over bet on a favorite who winds up 4th, by the way. Loses 3rd to Bucker 2 at 34-1. 7-1, 11, 13. A 13-1 upset. Here in the second. We'll be back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. Offering a catalog of quality yearlings from the most racing-rich region of the country. A potent source of talent. Recent top grads include graded stakes winners I'm Very Busy, Leave No Trace, Nisi Marie, and Post Time. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Tuesday, October 1st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, favorite wins the opener. Not quite as logical here in race number 2, sprinting on the grass. Typhoon Fury at 13-1. Ruben Silvera for John Toscano Jr. At a big price. Let's go down. Oh, here's prices first. Sorry, $29.60 for the win. 13-1 over 8-1 over 34-1. That 50-cent trifecta over $1,100.
Wow.
I needed that.
I did not have it.
Whew.
I didn't have any of them.
Just by a whisker as well, because the favorite, Buck or Two, just edged that one out for that huge trifecta. So Typhoon Fury with a surprise here in the second. Now we go down to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer John Toscano. And John, both your, I got to admit, I was between both your horses. They look fantastic. Of course, I went with the one that had the lead and got run down.
Yeah. Well, when they win, they always look good.
Yeah.
Anyway, the other guy was on the lead. I went from behind and one in front. Yeah. But I think the turf is tiring now. We've got a little moisture. It's higher than it normally was. So I don't think speed's going to be as effective as it was the last couple of weeks. But anyway, this other horse ran great. I mean, today I took me in 3/4 and 8. So, you know.
Yeah.
He went to Saratoga. He's got horrible Saratoga form. If you look at his record, 3 races at Saratoga, he's up the track.
Well, it feels like, too, he's a 6 furlong horse. But
I ran him 5.5 up there. He's far back. Mm-hmm. So I said, he doesn't like Saratoga. Mm-hmm. Now, back to Aqueduct, he ran a hell of a race today.
Blinkers on, too. Talk about that decision.
Blinkers on, he was awesome today. I knew he was the winner at the 3/8 pole. He was picking them up like they were saying still. I had one on the lead, and I was watching him coming. And I said, he ain't going to beat that.
No, that was your winner. You spotted him. Really, John, well done.
3/8 pole.
Huge victory here. And as you said, bit of a price and an upset. Be honest, did you have a ticket on him?
No, not really. I
Really?
I can't lie. I hadn't been on it. I got 2 in the race. I didn't want to pick one against the other. But anyway, it was great doing it.
It was. Enjoy it. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well, you too, John, as John Toscano getting Typhoon Fury, a horse that does love it here at Aqueduct, back to this winner's circle.
Horse has shown some ability, even in stakes competition.
Yeah.
Early on, late last year, so maybe starting to get good again.
Would have paid $7 or $8 if you didn't have the last 2 races, but the problem was he had the last 2 races. And I don't think he doesn't like Saratoga excuse really holds up when you look at what his other race was at Saratoga, where he ran a Grade 1 maiden race on the dirt.
We're back on the dirt, race 3, 6.5 furlong sprinting in this $40,000 claiming race. And 3-1 current favorite right now. Rob Atras off the claim. Squire Creek, that horse could be forward. Masters of Arms, the 6, potentially could be forward, and we want to pay attention, obviously, to speed today in the dirt.
And I think that's why Squire Creek is currently the tepid favorite, because he was very disappointing last time out, but he should be controlling things on the front end. Gelded since being claimed by Rob Atras, and he's not a horse I particularly love overall, Andy, but I thought given the fact of his tactics and how he could potentially be on the front end controlling makes him a big player. I actually think Grooven is the one that you might actually want, but he could be up against it from dynamics with the way that this track is playing.
Yeah, on a fair racetrack with plenty of speed in the race, Grooven, I agree with you, but on this racetrack, and that's what's going to happen. Horses like the 7 are going to end up being favored in short prices because the public is aware that the racetrack has been extremely tilted towards speed. But eventually what happens in these situations is all the riders start going and the races start getting really kaflooey at that point because you can't predict how it's going to go, because at some point the riders are going to say, if I can't win this race unless I'm in front, I got to go, and the trainers are going to say the same thing. And there's so many of these problems that are inherent when you have an extreme bias for an extended period of time.
We'll get back to this. We have more coming up in just a little bit. We're going to step aside for a timeout. We'll look ahead to the Woodward Grade 2 mile and an eighth on our Saturday coverage. And the horse that holds the key to the race. They all got to chase this one to win it. Skippy Longstocking draws the rail. He'll be in front early. Lone Speed for Safi Joseph Jr. and Manny Franco will ride. We'll have a preview coming up.
75, $774,000, 775, want to be 60, then help me, 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 package surge, got to be 8, now 25, 825,000, 50, $850,000, 50, 850, 75, about an $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow, thank you.
And my friend, it will be Dornick to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up and started. We still have the Pick 6 to come and the late Pick 5 ahead as well, which we'll kick off here on our coverage. Before we sign off for just a little bit, Race 3 coming up next. Want to remind everyone first, feature competitive edge with live money handicapping contests just about every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before the third race. Post time on Saturday. Go to nairabets.com/contests to learn more. So this third race coming up again, 6.5 furlong sprint on the main track. $40,000 claiming race is 13 minutes away. We'll get to it in just a sec. Woodward showed you Skippy Longstocking going to break. That turn comes up very quick at this 1 1/8 on this track, and Skippy's got the inside post, and he looks like the lone speed occasion.
He does, and should also be noted that the number 5K Army is scratching, will not be making his U.S. debut here, but Skippy Longstocking we saw win another Charlestown Classic last time out, and he's a nice horse that's been able to win some good graded stakes races. He just seems like he's just a notch below the top tier older dirt horses, and he's not really been able to kind of step forward in some of those big grade ones like the Whitney. I thought he actually ran okay, the Stephen Foster, but tactically should certainly be to his advantage tomorrow.
Yeah, nobody's going to mistake this race for the one run 57 years ago here when Dr. Fager, Damascus, and Buck Pass are all hooked up in one of the great Woodwards of all time, but here we are. And it just sort of happens that horses no longer really prep in the fall for the Breeders' Cup. It's really changed the landscape, and he's found the right group in here, and he's the horse to beat. I think Tapit Trice is going to give him all he can handle, though.
You think can be a little more tactically forward?
Yeah, well, I will say one thing. If we continue to have the biased racetrack, Skippy Longstocking is 1-9 in here. On a fair racetrack, I think Tapit Trice has a chance to beat him, but not on this racetrack.
So Skippy Longstocking, Saffie Joseph Jr. had a great summer, Saratoga as well. We'll see if he can keep things going. Manny Franco has that mount coming up on Saturday. Meanwhile, Krupe, Tapit Trice's stablemate, he's going to be very far back early.
He is. He always is. But one thing I will say about Krupe, he was one of the only horses during that Belmont Stakes week at Saratoga that ran from very far off of it when winning the Suburban. Nobody was beating next in the Brooklyn. And then we did see him being one of the few horses closing where Arthur's Ride wired the field in the Whitney. Now, that being said, the horses chasing Arthur's Ride ended up kind of fading, and he might have been picking those up, but he has shown that he can sometimes overcome some of the pace dynamics.
No, he's a neat horse who, always showed that promise early in his career. He just couldn't seem to get out of the gate, and that got in his way, and he finally broke his maiden here in Aqueduct in the winter. And he's obviously run some good races, and he's capable. He can't win on this racetrack, and he probably can't even win on a fair racetrack given the dynamics. But you're right, he does seem to put in his run whether or not the dynamics favor him.
Well, let's bring in Maggie now. Can this Pletcher duo get it done against the Lone Speed tomorrow?
Yeah, I wonder if they play tactics to their advantage, because to Andy's point with Tapit Trice, he's not that slow. So do they apply some pressure to Skippy Longstockings? And I wish, like Andy said, that the track is more fair tomorrow. But I do love Skippy, don't get me wrong. Just so we have better racing. It's just better when the track is fair overall for everyone, all the players involved, from the bettors to the horsemen. But Krupe, like you guys said, I thought his Whitney was valiant enough. He does like it here at Aqueduct too, as he's a 2-time stakes winner at the Big A. So definitely a horse that you would hope that he does get a little bit of pace to run into, and he's going to be saving ground with Arad Ortiz aboard. And furthermore, he's such a sentimental horse, as Andy mentioned, one that they had high hopes for as a young horse. It didn't quite play out. He lacked a lot of focus as a young horse, but they gave him the name Krupe in honor of Jim Krupe, who was a New Jersey / Ocala legend who was integral to the development of young horses for trainer Todd Pletcher, as well as many other trainers. A guy who really got those 2-year-olds ready to come running once they hit the racetrack. So we'll see. It's a compact field, but I feel a contentious one, guys.
It's coming up. Thank you, Maggie. Race 4 tomorrow, Grade 2 Woodward. 1 1/8, 1:38 Eastern time on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We're going to step aside for a timeout. We'll get back to our live action on this Friday card when we return. That's still your favorite right now. Squire Creek, first off the claim for trainer Rob Atras. Manny Franco rides in one of the speeds in this race.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
$1,500,000, Tom, thank you. $1,700,000, Jody, thank you. 9.5. Thank you. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
War of Will's off to a fast start as a 2-year-old first crop sire. I think he stands right now 5th on the first crop sires list. We're actually just now starting to see a lot of runners by him. We always knew that they were probably going to want more distance, and now that they are riding those races, we're starting to see some really nice runners. He had a really impressive winner at Colonial Downs last week.
Here comes the Brigade. The Brigade is in front, though. It's 6-5. The Brigade is a winner.
I think once you get into later summer, maybe once Kentucky Downs starts, we'll actually see even more be in the winner's circle.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, and it's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 6.5 furlong sprint in this $40,000 claiming race is next. And we start off our post break with Dots Dollar from the rail.
Yeah, Dots Dollar's had his day at different times and run some big figures. We'll see if he can get the right trip.
Rob Falcone Jr. has Ricardo Santana Jr. on Garuvan.
I think actually the horse to beat, second off the layoff, my big concern is he's a deep closer in the way this track is playing.
4-time winner Dangerous Ride went by.
Yeah, listen, he can be forward and maybe won't have to deal with any geese today.
First off the claim for the Dutro Barn, President Z.
Off of a layoff since February, but the horses for Rick Dutro have been running recently, and he too has some technical speed.
Rider change Jose Lescano on Synthesis.
I mean, it's David Jacobson, so you never really know, and he once was good enough, and he once had speed, but not lately.
Who gets to the front with these two outside? Master of Arms, Dylan Davis aboard.
And he did win last time out, so first off the claim for Jamie Begg. I'm sure we'll try to be forward again.
And then Squire Creek.
Man, he's going to do whatever he can to get to the front. He just went by.
And here's Secret Rules.
And he's not slow either. I mean, he came from off the pace last time out, winning first off the claim for Michelle Giangiulio, but he's a horse that could have some tactical position as well.
You know, we talked about it, Andy, how attuned Dylan Davis is to these racetracks when there is a bias. He's on a horse with speed. Squire Creek, Manny Franco, get your thoughts on that in just a moment. I want to remind everyone, bet $75 on Woodbine. Belmont of the Big 8 today. Get a $20 bonus in your account, win or lose. Got to opt in for that to take advantage. What do you think between both you two, but I'll start with Andy, of who does get to the front of this race?
Well, I don't think the 6 is fast enough to be in front of the 7, assuming a clean break. The 7 is clearly the fastest horse in this race. Having said that, when you get these biases, especially for extended periods of time, the riders and trainers become aware, and suddenly you start seeing people send their horses and be aggressive, and that's another problem. You know, you think you found the speed, but all of a sudden you find 3 other guys are thinking, I've got to be in front. So it starts to get hard to predict it. But Keisha, I think in a normal situation, the 7 would be in front.
I think so too, especially with Manny Franco aboard. It has been gelded, which should help him mentally, but he's one that did disappoint last time out. But if he's able to wire the field like he did 2 starts back, that definitely could be his biggest weapon. I thought there were a couple other horses who could be forwardly placed. Is he able to just control things every step of the way?
And look, back Master of Arms, too, has had some issues getting out of the gate cleanly. That's been a problem for him. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, that's true. But when he does, Greg, he does tend to show up. So we'll see what they do with Master of Arms first off the claim. But I want to talk with a horse that is second off of a layoff, and that's number 2 in here, Grooven, who I thought ran well in the context of that field last time behind foes that he meets yet again here in Secret Rules and Dangerous Ride. I know Acacia covered the race, and she thought that he might benefit from a start. Well, he looks very well-muscled and strong here. Did get a touch warm, which sometimes indicates a horse that still needs a start, but otherwise he's moving very well, just really made a lovely impression. Will the racetrack be against him though? As number 4, President Z, he's getting a big warm-up from Arad Ortiz. So a horse that can at times be somewhat forward. You don't really know what you're going to get, but it does feel like these Rick Dutcher horses that are live are showing some speed, and he looks much better. First time off the bench here for this new barn than what he did 7 months ago. Just a complete 180 in his coat and his flesh. He is a horse that is built really kind of downhill, so he runs into the ground. So he's not a horse that's very easy on himself, but looks like Arad's really trying to get him warmed up and loosened up out on the track. As we'll take a look at your current favorite in number 7, Squire Creek. Now he comes back as a new gelding, and I would have done the same thing if I claimed him because he was a hot mess up at Saratoga. Problem is, still a hot mess. So we do see Arad Ortiz jumping off a presidency. Like I said, he's a tough horse to, I'm sure, keep sound. So we will see President Z taken out today. Looking at number 7, Squire Creek again, he's still washy and really wound up, and sometimes gelding takes a little while to take a hold. I don't know when it happened because 918 is presumably right before they were going to enter him, so that's not when it took place, but you don't know per se. Just wish he was a lot more relaxed in what he is coming in for this new barn, especially as a favorite. I'm going to take a swing here with a horse looking to go back to back, and that's number 8, Secret Rules. I think, had a good trip last time in which he broke well. He settled behind the pace, and then he was there to pounce on the leaders who had a goose problem, including Seized to Get Degrees and Dangerous Ride that day. But he's just doing so well, and he's third off of a layoff. And the fact that he was able to get up and win, I feel like there's another forward move in this horse. So well-muscled, so strong, moving better than ever, which he was going back to that first start off the bench. So I'm going to take a shot here with Secret Rules. I know, probably going against the racetrack. I get it, because he's going to be stalking outside of the likely speeds in here, but I couldn't get past the way he looked, Greg.
All right, so 6-1 from that outside post. As we take a look at Dangerous Ride, who both Acacia and Andy will go with, and coming out of that goose race that Maggie talked about, stepped on the goose. The good news, the goose was okay.
Yes, yeah, I was reporting that race and was told the goose walked off, which
Never
was
seen
good
that
news.
in running lines before.
I have
Hopefully
actually,
never again.
which is amazing. Yes, but Secret Rules, as Maggie said, closing on the outside last time, and I thought even last time, probably the best his weight had ever looked. So a horse that kind of wears his heart on his sleeve. But Dangerous Ride, I thought out of that race, Andy, I know he's not a winning type, and yes, he did have a little bit of that issue there on the backside. But first off the claim for Ilkay Cantermasi, and I just thought his tactical speed being drawn towards the inside was going to be an advantage for him on this track.
Why don't you think he's a winning type? He's got more wins than he does seconds, or
just meaning his last few races at this level.
Okay,
yeah,
I got you. 5's being scratched also, we're being told.
5, yes, we've just been told, and there it is. coming off the board. So another late scratch here, Synthesis for David Jacobson coming out of the race. So now down to a field of 6. Horse was 19-1 on the board.
And when a jockey warms up the horse, and if they feel that something is off, they have the opportunity to flag down the outrider and the state vet and tell them that they feel something's not 100%. Always going on the side of caution, protect the horse and jockey first and foremost, protect the bettors if something's not 100%. And so that horse will then be put on the vet's list, have to train for the state vet, have blood drawn, go through rigorous procedures to make sure that everything is 100% before they'll be able to enter to run again. But always better safe in those situations if a jockey feels something's not totally right.
All right, meanwhile, 8-5 on Squire Creek looks like, and the way this track is playing, looks like it's going to be the horse who's in front, and with that speed, makes him incredibly dangerous, but some negatives from the way he was warming up, according to Maggie.
When he won 2 back, he was very much with the track favoring speed. I would never bet this horse on a normal track. I wouldn't bet him today, but maybe the track will carry him. We'll see. We'll see how aggressive others are.
Well, it's funny. It's been a long time since I was actually in the paddock for a recent race for Squire Creek, but the last time I was, I wrote, needs to be gelded. So he's a horse that just, as Maggie touched on, he often gets wound up before his races. He can be a little bit difficult, and it seems that it didn't really help as of yet.
Will Dylan Davis next door, Master of Arms, try and put some heat early on Squire Creek. Obviously got to try and make him work early.
What about Flavian Pratt? You got to think with his inside position, he's the fastest of the horses inside. I got to think Flavian's going to be aggressive with him. He's the one horse I thought might be able to run with him.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the third.
Secret Rules to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Squire Creek right out towards the front and has company from Secret Rules. Just off of them is Dangerous Ride, is tracking from third. Then comes Master of Arms, second to last, Dots Dollar, and the early trailer, Garuvin. They're chasing Squire Creek, and Squire Creek is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length, and Squire Creek gets over to the rail, is the clear leader. Right toward the outside still is Secret Rules, engaged in stalking from second. Dots Dollar has the seam at the rail, now moves on through, 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Master of Arms is right there in fourth. In between horses, Dangerous Ride is a close-up fifth. Under drive at the back end is Garuvin, not cutting into the margin yet, is 8 lengths, the trailer. They're still chasing Squire Creek, and Squire Creek is still up by about a neck, and here comes the run from Secret Rules, is ready to pounce on this leader. 3 wide is Master of Arms. It's these three as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Just behind them, Dots Dollar, and still chasing Dangerous Ride. Far back, Garuvin. The leader is Secret Rules. It's Secret Rules who's in front, ready to challenge his Master of Arms. Has got every shot towards the outside, and down on the inside is Squire Creek, who is battling back a touch as they've got a final furlong left to go. Secret Rules is trying to fend him off. Master of Arms right there as they approach the final 16th. It's down to these two. Secret Rules to the inside, Master of Arms to the outside. Secret Rules gets the victory. Secret Rules wins it. Then Master of Arms is in that photo with Squire Creek and Dangerous Ride. And 1:16.3.
Secret Rules, 7-1. Luis Rivera Jr. and Michelle Giangulio second off the claim with a win.
And he continues in his good form, now 2 for 2 for the barn. And Maggie touched on just a horse that was doing well that Michelle's kind of figured out too. And he was right on the hip of Squire Creek throughout. Andy, Luis Rivera Jr. doing a good job keeping him in position.
Yeah, Squire Creek was completely empty around the turn. He was rallying in the stretch. Sort of amazing how this track carried him in here, but Secret Rules was forward. I'm puzzled how he was 7-1 in this race, to be honest, off his last win, and he figured to be forward outside of this horse, and he was stalking a horse that's just not very good, and was able to get it done, and nobody picked up any ground at all.
It's like 8-6, 7-3. Indeed it is. And there is Michelle Giangulio with this 7-year-old, my Secret Circle, claiming off of Linda Rice. That doesn't always equate to success, but she's able to get the win here.
Yep.
Back-to-back.
Back-to-back victories for the barn, and one that just is continuing to do well, and I think did have some of the tactical speed to put him in the right positions here today. Master of Arms trying to take a crack at it, but just a little bit too much Secret Rules, who was a generous price given the form he's been in.
Yeah, I'm puzzled how he was this price. But they also went so overboard in the 7 because of the track, and I don't blame him. If the 7 had run at all, he would have won the race. He was awful, and he got beaten about a length and a quarter.
Luis Rivera Jr., again, Michelle Gianggiulio. Maggie likes this one. Nice call. 7-1 here in the 3rd. Belmont at the Big A. We'll get into the pick 6 next. It's Secret Rules here in the 3rd at a price.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races with live coverage from Belmont at the Big A, and a bit of an upset here in today's 3rd race that went to Secret Rules. And please be joined by winning trainer Michelle Gianggiulio. And Michelle, what an Aqueduct, or excuse me, back Belmont at Big A you are having.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. This horse has been a great claim. We're 2 for 2 off the claim, and didn't lose him today, so hopefully we can, live to fight another day.
How integral are horses like him to a winter operation here in New York?
Oh, I always have a lot of fun with these kind of horses. They don't take all that much work to get there. You just, kind of take care of them and baby them, and they know their job. They're really, they come out here and give their heart, and he's really been pretty awesome. So, hopefully we can keep going.
Yeah, a horse that had so much back class. And Luis Rivera, someone that you've reached out to quite often and have had success with, he seems so confident. Given the way that the track was playing, it felt like inside speed, but he got him out of the gate and just got that position and stuck to him through the lane.
Yeah, definitely. The plan was to be stalking the speed for sure because the way the track's been playing. And, the 8 posts, we really could do whatever we wanted today. So, yeah, it worked out great.
How much work does it go into selecting horses like him? Like, how much homework do you have to do as a trainer to make those claims?
I always go and check the horses before the race. You know, we always go and look at them at the holding barn and make sure they're walking good. I like to see them walk on the dirt. I want to see them walk on the asphalt. But I also go through and watch replays and see on the head-on view, you can always see so much more. So I always do look at that, make sure they're switching leads right. You know, I had heard the horse had some issues down the road, but he's done great in my program. So, you know, it's been awesome.
That is very good for you. Keep it rolling here. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle Giangiulio really finding the secret to secret rules, Greg.
A nice claim off one of the best barns, certainly on the circuit and in the country, of Linda Rice. Stepped up in class, wins, steps up again, wins again. So doing a nice job with this one.
And this is a horse with a lot of backlash too, and you know, as horses get older, Michelle kind of touched on it, you just want to keep them happy. They often will reward you, these older horses that are just hickory and they look after themselves, and a 7-year-old picking up back-to-back wins.
Is this originally a Leon Seidler horse, or am I confusing it with somebody else? It was lifetime PPs?
I do.
Fourth race while you look that up.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
On the grass, mile and a 16th. $40,000 maiden claiming race for New York Reds. Even money on Make Your Moment for Ray Hanna right now.
I picked him, but I'd like to book him.
Power of Andy Sterling.
Andy and I both picked him, so he has no chance. I'm so sorry to the connection.
Fifth, beat more than 5 lengths at 13-1 at this level. First time out right now opens at even
He
money.
looks like an even money shot. He was 5th in there. Didn't do any running.
Well, you know, I think that both he and the 7 Katani had a couple of reasons to take a step forward today. I thought Make Your Moment wasn't 100% fit first time out. Also was acting up in the gate, and you could see that with the way that he broke that day as well. And then Katani, who had come back off the layoff and was actually on paper the fastest horse in that race, totally washed out before the race even began. I think ran his race in the paddock and not out on the track.
These prices, I think Katani's a slightly better bet.
Yeah, agreed.
I think we're going to see some change in the odds in the next few minutes. We got 17 minutes away from the fourth. Very early money here as we get set to kick off our Pick 6 on our Friday coverage. Still to come. We'll look ahead to the weekend. Grade 2 Pilgrim.
This was just 4 to 5 in the double.
Really?
I'm just telling you. I mean,
Wow.
it's crazy. Though I imagine the winner of the last race wasn't 7 to 1.
Zulu Kingdom trying to remain perfect in tomorrow's Pilgrim. We'll have a preview when we come back.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races, 15 minutes away from the pick 6. And of course, tomorrow, big day for runners we expect to see on championship weekend, including Grade 2 Pilgrim contending for that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. We talked about going to break Zulu Kingdom for Chad Brown. States debut in that Grade 3 with anticipation. Acacia remained perfect with a neck victory, now 2 for 2.
That's right, one first time out in France, and it was interesting. I had spoken to Chad Brown earlier in the day on the afternoon of the With Anticipation, and I asked him about Zulu Kingdom, and he said he's a very curious horse. He's still kind of looking around, still figuring things out. Well, I thought he was very game, coming up the rail in that way with Flavien Prat, and maybe he is still figuring things out and gaining focus as he progresses, but it was a nice effort for him. Now, that being said, his first race in the U.S., he meets, I think, some interesting competition in this Pilgrim. And you often see it this time of year, right, Andy? A lot of these young 2-year-olds will continue to take steps forward and progress.
Yeah, I think this horse, while he can win, is probably not the greatest gamble at a short price. He got about as delicious a trip and ride as you can possibly get in a race. And as you're saying, there's so many of these horses, they ran one race. I don't want to get caught up in the buyer figures they ran, because they can and will often improve immeasurably in subsequent starts. And I think there's a number of other possibilities in here at much better prices.
What about the stablemate early adopter? First time out for Chad Brown. Won at odds of better than 4 to 1 at Saratoga.
He won that day despite Manny Franco dropping his crop in the stretch. He was able to kind of wave his hand at him and keep him going and dig in for the victory. I think he's another one that still mentally is figuring things out as well, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how strong this field was overall, but he did run down the loose speed and get it done. He feels like a horse that can and will improve. The post position didn't do any favors. He's going to have to find position from an outside post, but I thought he could move forward. I thought the horse in the rail, the maiden trying the turf for the first time, is a threat to wire the field. I don't want to just concede this horse to Zulu Kingdom, who ran well first time out in the country, but I don't think he ran so well that you're supposed to take a super short price. And knowing the way they bet on these Chad Brown horses, are you going to be surprised when he's even money in here?
Ooh, really? That's short?
I don't know. They just go overboard. It just seems like on those horses, you're going to see that 80 buyer. Everybody else is so much slower, and I'm not sure it's as simple as that.
Well, don't be surprised if someone can take a big move forward. Maybe it's a Shug McGahee runner with more. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Greg. As Concord Green, he wasn't green in the running of that debut, but he's a half-brother to a horse that I became very familiar with for Shug McGahee and Stuart Janney in Scarlet Sky, in that he was a horse that took a little more time to break his maiden because, as Shug McGahee pointed out in the post-race interview with me, he was a Sky Mason. They can run pretty hot and they can get a little bit full of themselves, whereas Concord Green, a son of Warfront, while he was still a little green in the preliminaries and looks a lot like Scarlet Sky in the running of the race, besides getting away a little bit slowly, was so utterly professional. And I think with experience, having that race under a belt, he's only going to move forward. So I am very intrigued by this horse. And I think, as kind of Andy was alluding to, this is a wide open edition of the Pilgrim, as it typically is, because we're dealing with these lightly raced horses where anybody can, at any time, can step up their game.
Yeah, Andy, look, you say it a lot, and it's true. These 2-year-old races, championship weekend, especially on the grass, it's just a big chance for anyone to get in the ballgame and win these races, because we don't know who the good ones are yet.
No, there's no question that every owner and trainer wants to get into the 2-year-old turf Breeders' Cup races. They're not really grade ones, and over time they haven't proven to be the leaders of their division. It's a good time to be opportunistic with horses that are a bit precocious, horses that are ready to go distance, and you can win Breeders' Cup races with 81 buyers. So everybody wants to get in those races, and that's why you see big fields. Usually we've got 13 entered in the Miss Grillo on Saturday, and you'll see overflow fields at Keeneland, as you usually do. People want to get in those races, and they'll send some Euros that might be okay, but over time we haven't seen the best of the Euros coming over.
They're arguably the most winnable races on championship weekend if you have a horse, like you said, that's precocious and trending in the right direction.
Well,
at the
even
right time.
Pizza Bianco, who was a nice horse, but she ultimately didn't prove. She was more of a grade 3-ish type horse going forward in her career, but she was precocious and ready, and she was able to get it done that day. And it doesn't take away from winning a Breeders' Cup race, but that's why you want to get in them, as you say, the most winnable races.
That's race 11 on our Saturday coverage. As we get back to today's action, pick 6 starts here, and that runner as Andy told us before we went to break, is going to stay a very short price here. Make your moment, despite being 13-1 first time out at this level, and ran a not very inspiring 5th place finish.
No, but like I said, I do think there were some reasons to anticipate a step forward today, but that's a very short price to take on this horse, who did debut for 40. Like I said, thought he needed a race from a fitness perspective, was green at the gate. I thought Out of Waterbury was the one in there, and he ran very well finishing that day, and Make Your Moment absolutely could take a step forward picking up Dylan Davis. But like we touched on, I think at the price, Katani might be the one that you might prefer if he's acting better today.
At these prices, I agree. I would much rather take Katani, and I don't think you're going to get much more than even money. And I agree. We both picked the 4, but I never anticipated this horse being even money. I mean, yeah, he's could have some improvement. So what?
There's Flavien Prat. He'll be aboard Katani, 9-2 right now, and one of his 3 wins yesterday for Pratt came on the front end every step of the way, and Moon Age Daydream in the John Hettinger.
And he was able to steal things on the front end. And it's funny, Jorge Abreu said before the race and told Flavien the same, probably don't want to be on the lead, but Flavien said there was nobody else with him. So he sent, which was the right thing to do. And she's just in very good form right now. I thought she'd actually even progressed from the Yaddo, which she won back in Saratoga, Andy. And she was able to hold off what love looks like.
Yeah, I don't want to knock her. She is an improved horse, and Jorge's done a good job with her. I mean, there was just some bad rides by other horses in this race, and you can't fault Flavien and the horse because others give horrible rides, but there's no question that this race was run in a ridiculous manner. She's not like Daddy, what's the Daddy?
My Heart Belongs to Daddy.
My Heart Belongs to Daddy, who was allowed repeatedly as the 7th fastest horse in the race to walk around the front end because people saw ones and said, oh, I can't run with her. And they took back 6 horses that were faster than her. This one is faster than the field. She would have been in front, I think, even if Silver Skillet wanted to go, but you would have thought it would have been a little bit faster.
Got to go incredibly slow, by herself, and leads every step of the way. One of 3 victories on that Thursday card for Flavien Prat as he's set to hop aboard this one here. Katani, there's Prat, riding for Michelle Nevin. And again, Acacia, as you said, just put a line through that last race, you feel?
Well, no, I don't think put a line through, because I do think that he likely would have benefited from it moving forward, but hopefully at Aqueduct more settled.
Here's the one. 7-1 here, Judge Rules with just missed at this level last start.
I'm shocked he's 7-1. I don't like him, but 7-1's an overlay.
Indeed. Rail to Tony O.
I think we all kind of have a little bit of a soft spot for this horse, but he's had a lot of chances.
Sprint in the debut, now the stretch out for Rohan.
He just didn't do any running, and it's really kind of a more sprinty dam side and even sire side.
6-5 favorite. Start number 2, Make Your Moment.
We talked about some of the reasons that he could perform better today, but a very short price to take.
I can't say that name because I love it.
I don't. Greg, you and I are on the same page. It's
32-1.
Disrespectful to Disco.
Showed nothing in the only turf started. Feline Treasure, 30-1.
Blinkers going on. This is a horse that would really need to turn things around.
There's Katani with Prat.
He's coming down a little bit, and the 4 is coming up, and I think he's evening out the prices. We'll see if it keeps happening.
First on turf for Landauer.
Yeah, this is a horse that there's not much to really go on as far as turf pedigree on the bottom side.
Jose Lezcano and Charming Jim for Mark Hennig.
Well, did finish just behind Judge Rules last time, but has had his share of chances.
8-1. Blinkers coming off, Sweet Tone.
Yeah, we'll see if this one can turn things around. Was forwardly placed in that Judge Rules Charming Jim race or should say now in the Gary Siaka barn.
So that's your field race that kicks off this pick 6. You can get the inside track on handicapping with NyraBet's track stats. For more stats on tracks across the country, go to NyraBets.com. Bet smarter, win bigger. Take advantage as we get back to the action. So 40,000 plus in this pick 6 pool where we start again. We had a carryover yesterday of 44,000 plus. It was hit and started out incredibly logical. You got a couple of prices in there, and as a result, I paid over $22,000.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have hit it, and I think the winner of the 7th race yesterday, second to last leg, was probably twice the price in any kind of multi-race bets, the $25 he paid. But as you say, if you just strictly look at the prices, it just shows the short-priced horses were your friends if they helped you get to the bigger-priced horses.
So let's go back to Judge Rules. Here is the one who again was second, beat 3/4 of a length at this level last start, just in front of Charming Jim. Let's go back to that race August 11th.
Yeah, they both ran fine in this race. Charming Jim doesn't switch leads. He never does. I think that the sentiment with these two horses, Andy, is that they're both certainly fine at this level. It's just they've both had several chances. We know what they are.
Yeah, no, I agree. But they both only run 4 times in the turf. My point would be, I don't really like Judge Rules here for those reasons you said, and the 4 and 7 are less, they're more lightly raced. But he's 6-1. Yeah. I mean, at a similar price, I wouldn't want to bet him. But at 6-1, I'm not saying I want to bet him, but I don't knock somebody who does bet him in here.
Well, Maggie going to put her check mark on this one. Let's go to her for more.
Yeah, I might regret this tremendously, but I just couldn't warm up to the two favorites, as we will take a look at Judge Rules, and there's no doubt about it. He had a great trip last time. I get it. But yes, you can say that a horse like him has had his chances, but as Andy just said, there haven't been that many on the turf. And I just thought overall he looked best in here. So I'm going to land on Judge Rules. Now, I do think that a fellow mate that comes out of that same August 11th race in number 9, Charming Jim, he had a problem at the start. He hesitated and spotted the field a good couple lengths, and he really was the only horse to make up significant ground through the stretch. Maybe it helped him getting left, though, because it was his best race to date. So we'll see what Jose Lezcano does from that outside post position. He looks right, though. He always does, to be fair. But again, had to overcome a little adversity at the start last time out. Now, moving on to the lighter race, more attractive options, as the board would suggest, including number 4, Make Your Moment for Ray Handel. I get it. This horse probably does have a forward move in him. It's just tough to take him at a very short price. He's drifted up, which I think is more appealing. And based upon what Acacia said in that she thought he needed a race first time out, he does look very, very tucked up. He did seem slightly nervous back in the paddock. Not bad, just something I observed. And, you try to kind of split hairs when you're dealing with short price horses. Now, the one horse that can beat me all day long is number 7, Ketani. I didn't like this horse at all when I handicapped the race with Andy that day. Everybody else loved him. Then when I saw him in the paddock, I said, well, I feel very good about taking a firm stand about Ketani, as he was a mess. Now, he is a little bit more settled. He's had the pony with him today. He did, again, get very washy, though, and a horse that seems to get a little worried about racing. So we'll see what he does here. I just could not warm up to him, considering I was so against him last time. He's a little bit better having that race under his belt, but not for me, Greg.
In terms of favorites you've seen in your lifetime, Andy, where would you rank this one?
Ooh, well, in your lifetime.
In my lifetime, not even close to the word. I've seen so many ridiculous favorites, some of whom may have won. But listen, I like the 4, and I think we'll benefit from one start. We'll benefit from getting Dylan aboard. I think there's a lot of things to like, and I don't think 2-1 or 5-2 is a terrible price in this race. Keisha, we were just more commenting on the even money. I don't think 9-5 is. I'm not running to bet the horse at 9-5, but I think that's a little bit fair. Even money was outrageous, and the double is paying $27. So it suggests if there was a correlation, and keep in mind there's no CAW money, or little if any, in the win pool, so they're separate pools now. But if that just says the CAW players had the last winner at around $9 or something, right?
And I think also we talked about the two kind of lightly raced horses in here in the 4 and 7 and how we prefer the 7 at the price. But my disclaimer was if the 7 was acting better here, Ketani, and hearing Maggie's comments, that would make me move with a bit of trepidation on him as well. That, often we've talked about this a lot with horses coming from Saratoga to Aqueduct. It's much quieter here. We have overall a little bit cooler temperatures than what you're going to have in July or August up at the spa. You're going to see horses be a lot more settled, a lot more relaxed, especially second off the layoff. And if that's not the case with him, for me, that's a negative with Ketani.
Can we see a David Donkhorst get going here? Tony O from the rail has some races to go back to. I know the last couple of races are far inferior to most of this field, but there are some races in the running lines that match up.
I picked him fourth for that exact reason. I mean, it's in there, Andy. It's in there somewhere.
I agree. I think if you want a big price in here, I think it's absolutely the horse to go. I've got the horse third in here for all those reasons. Now, at this point, it's probably just a fool's errand because he seems to have lost that form, but you could do worse than bet a couple dollars in this horse at 17, 18.
Going to immediately be where he wants, saving ground from the rail.
He's got the good Mirage. The
Poor
smart,
Rashid.
better looking, better rider.
He's well,
I mean, it's sort of, it's just, you know.
Very good ride by Romero yesterday as well, winning on that Phileas Fogg. He said, I'm going to the lead. I saw how the track was playing, and we'll see how fast he goes, but I'm going.
I think Romero's a terrific rider. I think he's paying attention. He's never going to get the business that's going to put him in the upper echelon up here. And I'm not saying he's as good a rider as Irad or Flavien Prat, nor would he. But what he is a rider, if he's riding your horse, you don't think, ugh, do I not want to bet this horse because he's
incredibly
riding.
young,
he's
too.
Good.
He's got a long way to go.
Had a serious injury not that long ago, and listen, he's such a pleasure to be around. I mean, he really has such a great, so much like Rajiv, they both have such great sense of humor, but he's clearly attuned to what's going on, and so he's not going to win a lot of races because he's not going to ride horses that are going to win a lot. This horse is almost 20 to 1, but he can
Started
ride.
to get a couple of W's late in that Saratoga meeting. Good for him. As we see a couple left to load here.
7 to 5 now, by the way.
Yeah, on Make Your Moment of 4 has been favored throughout.
6 to 5.
Let's go to Chris Griffin. Pick 6 starts here in the 4th.
Feline Treasure. Sweet Tone is in. All set. And they're off. Tony A. O. breaks sharply. Tony O. right out towards the front. Make Your Moment in the mix. And there's Can't Stand Disco to join them. They line up. Feline Treasure is in that mix from the outside. Katani. It is now Can't Stand Disco who's in front, and Can't Stand Disco is up by a half length. Katani is engaged. Stalking from the outside here from second at the rail tightly. That's Tony O. Took back there after breaking sharply in between horses. Make Your Moment is in that shared 4th position with a 3 wide. Feline Treasure at the rail. Judge Rules. Once out of there is now back there in 6th. So to the outside of that rebel comes Sweet Tone. Then comes a very snug hold on Rohan. It's just letting Rohan, Eric Hensel out in the center of the course. 2 at the back. Landauer with Charming Jim. They work up the backstretch, and on the front end, the leader is Can't Stand Disco, 22-4. Quick opening quarter there for Can't Stand Disco. Katani right there, engaged from second. Feline Treasure starts to move in closer from third. Still at the rail, Tony O wants to go. Romero Mirage is in tight here, is at the rail with Make Your Moment. Now claims that 4th position away, and Rohan is moving forward in the red cap. Towards the back end, Sweet Tone is in the 7th spot, is to the outside of Judge Rules. Charming Jim tries to make up some ground, still far back. Landauer is the trailer. Well into the far turn now. 48-1, that half-mile time. Can't Stand Disco is still there. Katani is just waiting for the cue right to the outside, and Katani now puts a nose in front as they reach the top of the lane. Tony O wants out of there and gets out of there. Here comes a run from Rohan down the center of the course. Make Your Moment is in between rivals, not cutting the margin yet. Here is Tony O to the outside of Katani from far out of it. Sweet Tone is making up some ground. Make Your Moment trying to run on Rohan. Judge Rules is in the mix, and Charming Jim on the grandstand side is rolling now. It is still Tony O, but here they come. Sweet Tone is in there. Katani back for more. 3 noses down the line, and Tony O gets back in front. Tony O stuck the neck out, got the victory. Sweet Tone's in there. Katani, also Charming Jim. Late run there. Landauer, 145 seconds flat.
Get salty.
Tony O at 17-1. Both you two trying to say you picked this horse now?
We had our picks in for Talking Horses much earlier.
As we said beforehand.
It was in our top 4 picks for both of us.
By the way, was that the 8 Landauer making a huge run that galloped out by everybody?
Really?
Was trailing the field?
He actually, the 8 in the lime green cap, he runs up the rail actually a bit. But what a stretch run. It looked like Katani was beat, came back on the inside, then Tonio came back again. Really exciting there.
It looked like it's over here for him, doesn't it, Andy?
Yeah.
No, it was not the 8.
It does. No, that is the 8 on the far outside who finishes 5th.
You're right. When he
I'm not sure he wouldn't have won if he hadn't been behind a wall of horses at the 8th pole, but looked like he had it won. Then he sort of looked like they were all coming, and then he re-rallied. And as we've all said, 17-1 was not the worst price to take on him. Did you bet him, Greg?
I did not bet today. Wow. David Donk, third off a short layoff. Tony O at a big number. Romero Mirage.
Yeah. And Romero
Well done.
gave this horse an absolutely perfect trip. And, you know, I might say it's not a horse we picked on top, but a horse that could have been used at a big price, something we all said before the race.
So Tony O, 15th time, the charm. But, yeah, as we all said, like, races to go back to, Maggie, and a big number here.
Yeah, as Tonio, he finally behaved himself too. Prior to going in the game, this is a horse that dropped Jose Gomez when he came back off the layoff in July. And Jose looking like he didn't want to ride him that day, jumped back on, but Romero was all about him today, giving him just a perfect ride, and he fought for it. So hats off to Tony O, Dave Donk, and Romero Mirage. But I had the privilege of watching the race with owner-breeder Steve Bick. He wasn't too happy, as you can expect, with number 8, Landauer. And, of course, I will clean it up for him, he said. And, of course, he gallops out in front of the field. Guys.
I'm not too happy having to put up with Steve on my Tuesday appearances in his show, so I can relate. And I mean, if you want to show the stretch again, what the failure to understand is that he saved all the ground, and in doing so was able to get back into the race, and then it just took a while to get around horses. There is an argument he might have gotten there, though, if he had been outside, but if he had been outside losing ground, he wouldn't have been able to have that closing kick. He's on the inside in the green.
And just want to clarify on Tony O, too, when 2 starts back and he dropped Jose Gomez in the warm-up, he kind of propped and wheeled, and Jose actually hit his knee very hard when falling and opted to come back and ride the horse, but he actually was in quite a bit of pain. He came back, he was kind of shaking it off. He's like, I'm okay. But just speaks once again to the toughness of these athletes in riding. But Romero seems to handle this horse well.
NK Donk, Donk, Donk. David Donk, number 1 Jets fan there is with Tony O. It's 17-1 with the upset score to kick off. Pick 6 carryover already, probably 1 leg in.
People use this horse.
See what happens the rest of the way. We got a long way to go. Romero, Mirage, and Donk team up for the win at a big price.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
here with you on America's Day at the Races, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Just head over to nairabets.com to get the ball rolling. And if you had signed up and picked Tony O, you got handsomely rewarded. So please be joined here by winning trainer Dave Donk. And Dave, I know, took 15 tries, but he was so well behaved today. A horse that can be a little bit naughty at times, but really professional and fought back too.
Yeah, mentally, he's not always there. A really cool horse, but yeah, been a little disappointing this year. I thought Romero gave him a really good ride last time. A little bit, not the greatest trip. Instructions were, let's be aggressive leaving there. His best races are up on the pace. And did a great job with him. So he was game. Yeah, they kind of, went past him, and I thought he's going to get beat again, and then came back on. But Romero did a great job with him.
Talk a little bit about Romero. He's a guy that really kind of thinks about his races and comes out here with a plan.
Yeah, we've got a few younger riders, like Jose Gomez, Luis Rivera, now Romero. And listen, I don't have the best horses. This horse is 17-1 today. These guys are going to give you 110%. And they've improved their game so much all summer. So it'll be fun to watch these riders go on.
Yeah, especially here in the winter. And you're kitted out in the green today, matching your silks well. But of course, in support of the Jets, they're doing pretty well.
They're pretty good. Good game last week. They got to come back and, match that and go forward. I said to a good friend of mine, I said, it was a good progression. And he goes, man, you just sound like a trainer. So, yeah, listen, I just enjoy watching them play. And as you see the Jet stuff come out, these fans come out of the closet. So, yeah, so there's more of them now.
And you have worn yours proudly on your sleeve for ages.
Yeah, just, a loyal fan, a lot of heartaches, but that's the way it is.
You've done very well in your support of them. Pretty good as a trainer, too. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie.
What are those bugs on your head? Can I flick it off for you? There. Not only can I hold a microphone, I can flick bugs, too, Greg. Yeah, you are.
Maggie looking out for everyone.
Supposed to kill those bugs. That's the story,
They're
right?
awful. They're everywhere in the paddock.
Well, they're bad for the ecosystem.
They are, yes. They're
you're supposed to kill
invasive.
them, yeah.
You are actually supposed to kill them because they are very bad for.
I'm going to the paddock after the show and working off some of my
Well, it looks like a murder scene out
frustrations.
there. Yeah, several that work down there take it very personally to take
Tony O, 17-1, back to back, and look at Maggie go to work.
That was a good flick too.
Well done.
Yeah, using
Finish
the
the job, Maggie.
Back-to-back wins for the Jets. Of course, they were no match for the 49ers, though. Week one, it's a different ball game.
Yeah, I like what Dave said, though, too. You get a lot of fair weather fans coming out. And I admit, I'm a fair weather fan. I don't really, follow football, a single team regularly. But I really appreciate his commitment for the good and the bad.
Never wavers. It's always on. $37.20. Tony O with that upset score, breaking the maiden career start number 15. We move on to the late pick 5, sprinting on the grass. 6 furlongs, first level allowance race, and 8-5 on Dancing Rinka.
Wow.
1 for 17.
Yeah, I thought this horse was a little interesting as a new face, but was not expecting nor wanting to take him at a short price.
I think his favorite in doubles. I have to look again. I like the 4 in this race. I like the 4 cigarette boat with the 8.
And should be mentioned, too, that Rough Draft winning last time out at 31-1 was a Andy Serling top pick.
Yes, I think my last winner at this point, actually. But it carried me over for a little while.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have more on that coming up in a moment. Let's take a look at our Saturday stakes schedule. Once again, you do not want to miss our coverage on Saturday. Grade 2 Woodward. Warlike Goddess in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic, going for her 3rd in a row. Grade 2 Pilgrim for 2-year-old boys on the grass. And then the Grade 3 Vosburg, 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-olds and up. And we're going to take a look at Dean Delivers, who comes in on quite a roll, having won 4 in a row for Ned Allard.
Tell you one thing, Acacia, the same track we've had here for the last few days, he's going to be especially tough as to controlling speed in a race where I believe the morning line favorite Comedy Town is not going to play.
Yeah, and Dean Delivers is in very good form. He's been pretty consistent throughout his career as well, starting off down in South Florida with Michael Yates being a Florida bred and just saying hey, he's a little bit better than this and going up, and been well spotted by Ned Allard as well. None of those have been graded stakes that he's been winning, but he has been winning and running good figures, and certainly an interesting player coming into this
You
Vosburg.
concerned, though, Andy, last time he did win again, going to Monmouth, but the figure went down considerably?
Yeah, it was a 5-furlong race, though, so I'm not sure what to exactly make of it. He's going to be my top choice with Comedy Town, assuming he scratches out of this race, because I don't like Baby Yoda at all. Scotland did run well last time, but then he didn't work for a month. So he runs really well. He's probably got sick or something, and he's back, and he has worked 4 times or so before this race, and I think he's very dangerous, but I don't trust him off that, and I'm not sure. The horse who's inheriting favoritism at the outside for Nacho Correas, kind of want to see that race again.
Well, here's Scotland occasional last time out. This was July 26th, going 7/8 at Saratoga, and was a huge performance.
It was impressive, and he's an interesting horse because he won the Curlin as a 3-year-old and seemed like he was gonna be one of those horses that was able to get a little bit more distance as a 3-year-old, and then Wilmot doing what turned out to be the right thing and cutting him back in distance, and he just fits more in these types of races.
Yeah, I mean, that race was essentially a prep for the Forgo. Obviously, he got sick and didn't make the race, I'm assuming sick, because he got back in training. I think he's extremely dangerous if he's able to run back to that race. He really turned it around in there, and I think he is a huge player in here. I'm sorry, Comedy Town's probably not going to play. He's one of the weirdest horses you've ever seen. He didn't get the dirt until he was 6 or 7 years old, and it turns out he should have been on there his whole career.
I know.
It's crazy looking at his PPs,
amazing,
right?
Yeah.
Grade 3 Vosburg, part of a tremendous Saturday card here in New York. We hope you join us again for our coverage. We're going to take a timeout, get back to the late pick 5 when we come back, and it begins with this turf sprint ahead. There's final verdict. Dylan Davis will ride. 2 back. Winner at Saratoga. That was going 5.5 furlongs, looking to pick up his 2nd win on the grass when we come back.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the juvenile turf sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a $1,400,000 on a 5, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
This stallion barn because this is where we house all of our stallions. And it's a favorite amongst everyone that comes on tour because they get to meet and greet some of their favorite horses that they saw race or are fans of their progeny. So this is Midnight Lou. So these boys are always expecting a mint. Yes, they know when we're coming, don't ya, on these tours. Of course, Loggins is our newest stallion. So son of Go Zapper. Yes, I know. Very handsome, very youthful looking. I like to come when the stallions are coming in from their paddocks. So I get to see them all parade in, and Violence comes in every day, very proud. So I enjoy watching them come in and go into their different stalls, and that happens around noon each day. Violence, I would say, stands the proudest, looks the tallest, even though he's not If you wanted to draw a picture-perfect stallion, this is what you draw a picture of. He's a beautiful stallion. A little bit aggressive. Clean your mouth out, charlatan. You're messy. This is Charlatan. They call him Charlie in the barn. That's his nickname. So, fun fact about him. Full of personality.
And here is the horse of the year. Go Sapper.
Of course, he's a legend of the barn. He's 24 years old. We had no intention of moving our stallion division here when we first purchased Alapa. And when the decision was made to move the whole operation here, we had 6 months to be out of the Lexington facility. So we had to construct that breeding shed and get all of these paddocks up so that we were ready for breeding season for our stallions. So I would say that Good Magic is probably the kindest, gentlest stallion in the barn. We're really proud of Good Magic and excited about his future. Of course, he had Mage win the Kentucky Derby in his first crop. We look forward to everything that's coming up from this guy. Curlin! Here, buddy. Hi, handsome. So here's Curlin. Consider him the king of the barn. Hi. It's great for me to do tours because when I do give a tour, the fans are so blown away and they just say wow constantly that it's a good reminder for me every day to appreciate it.
Now, cool tour around that beautiful facility. Our program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa in this 5th race coming up. And we have a son on one of their stallions, Kentharos Cigarette Boat. 6-1 right now. There he is, trained by Mike Maker. Manny Franco has the mount. Let's send it downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, and we'll get to a Cigarette Boat, that son of Kentharos, in a moment. But let's start with the horse that's taking the early money. That's number 2, Dancing Rinka. I guess you could call him somewhat of a California invader, though he's made stops on the trail here to New York for trainer Neil Drysdale, who is here to saddle him. He's a big, good-looking son of Practical Joke, but I'm sure a little bit frustrating for Connections. He is kind of deceptive in his physicality because he's actually quite big. And for me, he actually looks as though a mile on the turf would be his best game. And that's not to say it isn't, because he actually has run well at that mile distance with those faster figures, but he broke his maiden. His lone win did come going 6.5 down the hill. So we'll see how he negotiates the 6 here. I think he is coming out of a good effort at the Magical Mystery Tour that sometimes is Kentucky Downs. But is a touch warm here in the paddock. Again, fairly hot and humid day, but overall really does make a nice impression. As we'll move on to the 2-4 trainer Mike Maker, as I was saying, number 4, Cigarette Boat, I think looks sensational here. I know getting to the 6, he hasn't often participated in these races. He's been more of that 5.5 type, but I actually like it for him. He's a little bit of a bigger type. He is so well muscled in his hind end. You could literally bounce quarters off of it, and I think he could hold a paper between his 2 cheeks, if you will, on the top side of it. It's just so well developed. He makes a really, really good impression here in the paddock. He's everything that you want a turf sprinter to look like and appear before a race, because he's also quite keen and eager as well as they are about to hit the track. As Mike Maker will also send out the outside runner, number 8, Alexis Zorba, who really kind of lost all chance last time out when I was excited to see him go back to the 5.5 furlongs. Just a very awkward break. I mean, kind of hopped out of there slow, bumped after that. Let's hope he gets out of the gate cleanly, as he will break from the outside at least today. This is one of the best times I've seen Alexis Sorbet look. I love the 6 for him. I think that makes a great deal of sense overall. His coat looks tremendous. He looks stronger than what I've seen from him. So I think the two Mike Maker horses, Greg, have big, big shots in this affair.
And Alexis Zorba, thank you, Maggie, usually in front and was nowhere near the lead with that poor beginning last time out. And there's Arad Ortiz Jr., leg up on the 4-year-old Alexis Zorba from that outside post. We'll start off with a 1 here, Rough Draft. Luis Rivera Jr. rides.
It was a big price last time and got a great trip to get there. I think this field is tougher, but he's not impossible.
8-5 favorite, Joel Rosario Dancing Rinka.
And he is an intriguing new face coming here to the NYRA circuit, but he is just 1 for 17 in a short price.
First time on the turf for Toxic Gray.
A cool horse. I remember his maiden win here over Ever So Mischievous, ends up being a stake horse. They're going to try the turf after things have just sort of gone awry.
Here's the son of the Hillendale Stallion Quintaro, Cigarette Boat.
And he's a major player in this spot. A generous price right now, but I think he's a big player versus given the trip that he had last time out.
You remember Vinsanity, don't you?
I remember Linsanity well.
Vinsanity.
What was Vinsanity?
Vince Carter.
Oh, I love Vince Carter.
Bezos, big number, 21-1.
And trying the turf for just the 3rd time has not had success on it.
Here's final verdict, Dylan Davis.
He's a very logical horse that's just consistently running well on the turf for Eddie Barker.
And there's Urad Ortiz Jr. and the speedster Alexis Zorba.
And he lost any chance last time out when he had trouble at the start and was taken out of his game. Whether it's sprinting or going long, he is typically one that likes to be forward.
He does. You know, one thing about him, and listen, I picked him second. He's never won going shorter. He just doesn't really get it done. He was only able to break his maiden in one of those 7.5 furlong races in Florida. He just seems to have trouble winning, but I agree. I think he's a decent player here. Big price.
5 minutes to post in this 5th. Starts the late pick 5, and that man right there missed yesterday's card. No fault of his own. Couldn't get a flight out of Florida with the problems they're having weather-wise out there. And here's a look what he has coming up this weekend. And all this graded stakes action we have for you Saturday and Sunday.
And he's got a busy day coming up with the stakes action as well. We talked about Krupe, going to be that late closing type in the Woodward. We'll see if he can run against the way this track has been playing.
It's interesting. It's not the normal IRAD list of horses at short prices. I actually kind of like the horse he rides in the Pilgrim, and Opulent Restraint is a dangerous horse in the Miss Grillo.
Well, this one here, speed, is Alexis Zorba's game. That was not allowed to happen with this start.
Yeah, and you're going to see him just break very slow. I know that he was setting the pace going a mile. Physically, I've always thought a little bit shorter, but he's not the most trustworthy type overall, Andy, I guess is probably the best way to put it, but he just lost any chance overall with that beginning.
Yeah, no, his race was over when they came out of the gate. To me, I don't really care what he did afterwards. The Cigarette Boat spent a lot of time in the rail. He angled a little bit off it in the stretch, and my general feeling with him was that he had run very well the time before that, and as we got into the late days, the last few days of the meet, the inside paths on the Mellon Turf course were pretty chewed up, and it just seemed like all the best running continuously in the Mellon Turf races were by horses making outside moves or staying out in the middle of the racetrack. And I thought Cigarette Boat might have been compromised just being on the worst part of the racetrack.
Well, Cigarette Boat 5-1 on the board right now. Manny Franco for Maker, and there's a look at him. 1 for 8 coming in. Meanwhile, Alexis Zorba, we expect, barring a bad break again, is going to be a lot more forward this afternoon. But yeah, 1 for 13 overall with 6 seconds. So yes, not very reliable.
No, he's not. He's one that started out, with high hopes, being in the Joseph O'Brien barn and then with Chad Brown, and he just never really kind of materialized, I think, into what might have been anticipated with him.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, he came over, right? Joseph O'Brien originally had him when he came here, right?
Yes, that is what I just said.
I'm sorry. I know you did. I'm sorry. I'm a little brain dead today. And then when he went to Chad, and I remember he looked like he had that race sewn up at Saratoga, and he lost to a Tom Oilers who ran very well to run him down. But he really should have won that day in Saratoga. I mean, I made him already make a big bet on him and just being stunned that he lost because he had everything his own way.
It's your favorite, has been favored throughout. Dancing Rinka. Neil Drysdale barn, Rosario aboard, and let's go back to Kentucky Downs back on August 31st.
And oftentimes these Kentucky Downs races are a little bit tricky to figure out because some horses handle this turf course and the way that this track plays, and some horses don't. So it was a little bit of an odd trip. He was off slow there, kind of chasing, that he was wide, and he ran on second best, no catching the winner. Quality of the field, you wonder what he's facing in there, but it's a monster purse. And as Andy pointed out, he is 1 for 17. I thought he was a bit of an intriguing new face, but he is one, given his record, that maybe could be a little bit tricky to take at a relatively short price.
Yeah, I'm not going to be shocked if he wins this race. I just think that he's an underlay at 2-1, but I could end up being wrong here. I didn't love the field he came out of last time, but like you say, it's Kentucky Downs, and it's just, I mean, it's a, you know, you'll see like a horse off a trip at Kentucky Downs, but I'm not even sure it really matters the next time because I don't know how reliable the form is there, good or bad.
But look, 1 for 16. He's had multiple chances at this level. Deserving to be 2-1?
No, I don't think he should be 2-1. But one thing I'd say is that he hasn't been favored in a race since January of 2023. So it's not as though he's losing. He was 5-1, 14-1, 23-1, 16-1, 7-1, 8-1. Now, this is not a bad field, and I think he's an underlay at 2-1. But it's not like he's burning a lot of money at short prices.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, that's the thing about him, though. What really about him makes him the favorite here? That's what's kind of puzzling me a bit. Maybe they know something we don't. But I will say this about Dancing Rinka. He continued to impress out in the racetrack. Lovely warm-up with Joel Rosario aboard, away from the pony. Now, he's a horse that weirdly wears 4 wraps all around, which is something you don't generally see, though, with turf horses. Just something I thought about is number 3, Toxic Gray. He is the unknown in here as he'll try the turf for the first time. I don't mind Verrazano's on the turf. He actually has fairly good numbers with his turf sprinters as well. The Dam, she never won a race, but her best figures were on the turf, and Toxic Gray has actually kind of been the only runner from the family. He actually looks as though he should handle it. Honestly, he has slacker pasterns, a bigger hoof to him, flatter hoof, so he might appreciate getting to this surface. The problem is I've seen him look a bit better in the past, and furthermore, I don't think he finds necessarily the easiest field to try the turf for the first time. Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Here we go on the turf and about to load for the start of this late pick 5. Real quick, Andy's looking forward to the rest of this card.
Well, I'm looking forward to the maiden race in the 6th because I think all the 4, 5, and 6 ran extremely well in their debuts. I'm sorry they're on a racetrack that may be unfavorable to some of their running styles. You know, I like the Ashley Cole, I like the New York breds, and I'm going to try to get Enfuega home in the 7th.
Speed of the race, yes, stretching out. This becomes a lot more interesting. Ashley T. Cole, Dakota Gold, you believe her at the distance?
No, I'm not believe Dakota Gold.
What about you, Kate?
I like Jerry the Nipper to potentially wire the
you
field.
You both agree in that race?
I know.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence, but I'd like to see them be aggressive with him.
All right, good luck. Pick 5 starts here. Just about to eclipse $300,000 in the pool, 2-1 favorite. Dancing Rinka. But several ways to go. I'd want some coverage here to begin things. Let's go to Chris Griffin to kick things off in the sequence here on our Friday card.
Horses moving in. Bezos. Dancing Rinka. Here's Toxic Gray, 2 out, Cigarette Boat. Final verdict, Alexis Zorba will be the last one to load. Alexis Zorba. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Alexis Zorba breaks well in between horses. Cigarette Boat has asked for speed, and these two speed off together. Bezos, green cap, wants to be part of the early mix, is trying to split rivals, is right there in the 3rd position. Final verdict to the outside in 4th. Just behind them, here comes a move from Vinsanity. Wants to rush up with rivals, is at the rail and trying to move on through. Gets a little tight there, just has to steady. Rough Draft is in behind that leading pack, is now in the 6th position. The 2 at the back, Toxic Gray with the trailer Dancing Rinka. They get set to move into the far turn, 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Alexis Zorba is trying to shake loose. Final verdict is in pursuit right here from 2nd. Cigarette Boat is back to 3rd. Vinsanity is off the rail, gets some clear running room. Rough Draft is right there in 5th. From the back, Dancing Rinka is trying to rally on with Toxic Gray. Gray. Tailing off is Bezos. They get set to reach the top of the lane, and they're still chasing Alexis Zorba. Alexis Zorba and Final Verdict is trying to push on by, and here's Final Verdict to the outside of Alexis Zorba. Also chasing them still is Cigarette Boat. Running from the back, Rough Draft, Toxic Gray, a lot of ground to make up on the leader. Final Verdict to sprinting away. It's Final Verdict, Cigarette Boat with every shot towards the outside. Down to these two, Final Verdict, Cigarette Boat, Final Verdict, Cigarette Boat, Final Verdict is the winner. Final Verdict wins it over Cigarette Boat, Dancing Rinka and Alexis Zorba in 1 minute 9.41 seconds.
Final Verdict, Dylan Davis. Eddie Barker's won 2 of the last 3 now.
Yeah, Eddie has had a terrific start to this Belmont at the Big A meet. Had a 2-win day on Saturday, and Final Verdict is just in very good form right now. Since switching to the turf, he's done very little wrong, Andy.
No, he was helped a little by Manny Franco acting as his own rabbit.
Yes,
and I like the ride that Manny gave Cigarette Boat. I thought he did really well, being aggressive, made Alexis Zorba work a little bit. But, Final Verdict, as you say, he's just been in great form. He gets good position, and yeah, I mean, there's like nothing to like about him. He's been really, really consistent, and that's one of the hardest things with horses. I mean, I'm not saying these are lower level horses, these are okay, but it's tough to keep these horses. I mean, look at what he's done in the last 5 starts since Eddie Barker took him over. He's got 3 wins and 2/3 and narrow losses. I mean, Eddie's done a great job with this horse. I really think this horse is just terrific.
7-4-2-8 finish. Favorite defeated to start the late pick 5. 3-1 here.
He was very logical, though, this horse. I think the top 4 finishers, in fact, were quite logical. Dancing Rinka, the favorite, was very far back early and came running on. I think with Final Verdict and Cigarette Boat, their big advantage was that they got good position early on in the race.
Yeah, and you know what? They might have just been the best 2 horses in the race, as it turned out as well. I think they both ran really well in here. It's not like the pace held together. It was a very honest pace. And the Cigarette Boat ran well to be second. And, I know I liked him, but he was second best. He wasn't beating this horse.
So Final Verdict with the win. Again, starting out this late pick 5 at 3-1. 7-4-2-8 finish. We'll have the prices for you. When we come back, we'll get into the late pick 4. One more segment, I believe, for us. And we're going to fire up the candles on the cake and sing happy birthday. 130 years. At the Big A today. Where were you 130 years ago?
At opening day here.
We'll be back.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano
winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Dylan Davis for Eddie Barker. Final verdict with the win to start this late pick 5. Here's our winner circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. So this one, 2 wins now. The last 3 starts, pays $8 for the victory. Cigarette Boat, Dancing Rinka. Check in 2nd and 3rd. Early pick 5. Healthy. Wow, $8,500. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Eddie Barker, and really having final verdict in raging form right now. Eddie, talk a little bit how well he's been doing.
He's been doing absolutely super. I think, the grass has really been the trick with him, and every race is better and better, and, he's right there every time, and he trains like a really good horse, and we don't have to do much of him. Just keep him happy and stay out of his way, But I really like this colt. He's a nice horse, and he's very competitive,
What made you originally put him on the turf? He's by a Florida stallion by the name Finale, who we're not very familiar with up here, but he's the son of Scat Daddy.
Well, what happened was he broke his maiden for $10,000, believe it or not. And when they sent the horse up to me, I said, what am I going to do with this horse? I mean, maybe, keep him in Delaware. He don't belong here. No, try him. I said, all right. So then I got the sheets on the horse. The mother ran a 4 on the grass, and she produced 2 horses that were in single digits on the grass. Yep. So, but the first time he ran on the grass, he was 79-1 and got taken down. But he's a very honest horse, and he... he's easy on himself. He trains good, and, I can't say enough about him. I'm really happy with him,
Well, really job well done to you for keeping him in this form and climbing the ladder, but also really nice Aqueduct start for you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, got a little lucky, right? But, they're horses that were in the right spots, and, I don't know how that horse went off 36-1 the other day. I couldn't believe it, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean, he was as fast as anything in the race, and they just overlooked him, I guess. I don't know.
That's okay. You'll take it. Money's still the same when you're the trainer, right?
Absolutely.
Eddie, congrats.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you very much.
Of course. As final verdict, really loving these turf sprints now, Greg.
Really hot start for this barn. One of those wins, you just brought it up, when Maggie was having that interview, 36-1.
He was not as fast as any horse in the race, but he did win.
No, it was a surprise.
That
but
day
he was aggressively handled, and he got the right kind of trip.
Race 6 is going to start the late pick 4. We're going to be signing off in just a little bit, but if you want to get involved, this race will begin at 1 mile, maiden special weight, and a couple who face some good ones, including Praetor, Chad Brown, faced Ferocious in the debut.
Well, I am confident that we've got at least 1, if not 2 or 3 stakes horses among Sovereignty, Praetor, and Classicist. This is a very good race to watch here going forward. These are horses we're going to hear from. Remsen winner could be in here.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, they all 3 got 79 buyer speed figures in debut, and I think the 3 of them have a similar kind of look to them in that their races were better than they looked and getting some more distance to work with today.
And with clean breaks, the 5 and 6 can be much more forward.
These two are going to hum Happy Birthday in the background as I introduce this next piece. It's New York City's only racetrack. And when Aqueduct first opened on this day back in September of 1894, faced stiff competition from Gravesend, Sheepshead Bay, and Morris Park. But the Big A endured, consistently providing race fans with some of the best autumn and winter racing in the sport. Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, It was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995. Happy birthday, 130 years to the Big A. It's pretty remarkable. And looking back on that, seeing the crowds that used to be here.
I was here back in the day. I was here in the 70s with my grandmother fairly often, actually, and saw some big crowds. And even when I first went to New York in the 80s, it was still very crowded. Things changed when the races went on TV. That's really when things changed and people started staying home because they could watch on TV starting in 95, and everything really changed the game. You can watch races on your phone, as I'm sure most of us and all of us really do. But Aqueduct, man, this whole place, it's a huge track. It's just much different, but we all have a lot of love for Aqueduct. And for me, it's the first track in New York I came to in the city. I had been obviously to Saratoga, but I came here on the Saturday after Thanksgiving, 1974.
Well, we actually have that in common. I came to Aqueduct before I went to Belmont for the first time and really started actually learning about racing while here at Aqueduct. And one of the things I like about it is that you see a lot of the hard and true handicappers and horse players here at Aqueduct with a true love and a true passion for the game. And the racing here is very, very good as well. And you also get a chance to see a lot of people starting out here at Aqueduct too. And Aqueduct really is New York City's racetrack. I always say it's not trying to be anything that it's not, but we have a lot of love and a big soft spot for the Big A.
You're right. It's a city track.
Yep.
And we're all going to be sad when we see it gone. Obviously, that amazing new facility is going to be at Belmont, but we've all grown to love this place. And I know you've been here for so many years, but it's special to us.
And there's no track you'll find anywhere with better sight lines. I mean, we can turn around. We have this scrim if we can get rid of this, but even through it, you can see the whole race. And even down in the apron, watching a race in the apron, you can see the race. It's a great, great place to watch races.
It is.
We're going to step aside for a timeout. We got the start of the late pick 4 coming up, approaching the 15-minute mark to post for race 6. And of course, tomorrow, stakes stacked lineup, including the 7-year-old mare Warlike Goddess trying again for the 3rd year in a row, trying to beat the boys in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 of America's Day of the Races. Big weekend coming up Saturday and Sunday with stakes action in our AVR Race of the Week. Grade 1, Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Warlike Goddess trying to pull off the first ever three-peat in this race. 7 years old, still going strong, lining up against the boys again for Bill Mott.
Now, keep in mind, this race, I think we started running this race in 77 or 78, actually, but she's terrific. I mean, what can you say? She's held her form for so long, and Bill and his team deserve a lot of credit for that.
Not an easy thing to do, and she is 8-5, looking to win this race for the third consecutive year. Now, when she won it last year, it was on a yielding turf course. Not going to get that this weekend. She does like a bit of cut in the ground, but she's obviously shown she can win on firm turf as well.
Yeah, and she lost nothing to defeat last time. She actually did run the best race in the Flower Bowl, but the winner was able to walk on the front end and sort of ran a surprisingly good race. Yeah, she got the right turf conditions. She got the right fast pace to run into, and she's good.
Is this the toughest group she'll have faced in this race?
Yeah. Well, potentially. I mean, listen, Silver Knot, if it wasn't for his last race, would be a huge favorite in here, but he stunk last time, so he has to bounce back. Farbridge didn't draw well on the outside, but to ignore him and think he just got lucky is to really misinterpret how well he's run during his career. And listen, I think Emmanuel's a long shot that has a chance to at least get a piece in here, and even Truly Quality's improving. So yeah, I would say this is definitely tougher than 2 years ago, and I think because of the bog last time, a lot of horses may not have shown up. So this is probably the toughest test. Good point, Greg.
See if she can move over $3 million in her incredible career. And she's got some tough customers to try and beat. That's a look at the two-time winners of this race. Of course, her sire able to get it done. He just missed a third first time around when he missed by a head as a 3-year-old.
Yeah. And did he lose to Shea? He may have lost to Shakespeare. I think he lost to Shakespeare, actually. And Shakespeare was an amazing horse because he was so injured so many times. And April Run was a Firestone horse, actually. Bill Mott. I think also Bill Mott trained. No, Stan Huff, maybe?
Back to this race. Farbridge on the front end. No, not many expected this. Andy expected a win. I don't think you expected it this way.
I wouldn't say I expected a win. I hoped for a win, And no, a surprising wire of the field. But my feelings and liking limbs, he finally drew in a situation where we could get to the rail. And that's what he needs to do. He doesn't need to wire a field. He needs to get the rail, and that's why his post's a bit problematic. I think if Joel can find a way to get him to the inside and save ground, he'll run his race, and I'm not convinced that his race is good enough to be really competitive here. I've always liked this horse. I know you have. He's shown a lot of ability. I mean, he beat Carl Spackler in his debut. I remember Chad Brown calling me that day, and he said, and he started the conversation by saying, "I'm sorry, I should have called you. I really like this horse today." And then he told me, I said, "Well, he lost, so I'm glad you didn't call." But he said, "I cannot believe that this horse lost."
Yeah.
And he started to be right, because he's a major stakes winner, and he lost to this horse, right?
Yeah. There were very high hopes for both of those two horses. It's kind of fun looking back at that maiden race in January of 2023. But as far as Farbridge is concerned, I mean, you mentioned he won the Belmont Derby as a 3-year-old. He's always had a lot of ability. He was precocious even for a son of English Channel. But he's a horse that, as we've discussed, is one that does tend to lean in. So with the outside draw and everybody kind of knowing his game of what he did last time as well, the biggest thing for Joel Rosario is going to be to get him to the rail at all costs. If he can stay on the inside, then that's how Farbridge likes to run. He was able to save a little something for the stretch last time out, and sending him to the lead helped him to just stay on the rail the whole time, Andy. But he's not a horse that needs to wire a field.
Yeah, no, and he doesn't need to be glued to the rail the whole time, but he's got to be able to. That's where he makes his most productive runs.
Look at the United Nations 2 starts back when he was drawn post 12. A horse wired the field, and he had his head turned out, was out in the middle of the track, just so uncomfortable.
And the rails were down that day, and it's the wrong place to be. So he's had multiple excuses in races, and I think he's run okay in other races this year.
Silver Knot, though, what's the excuse for last time out?
I don't know.
He was awful. I mean, I don't know. He stalked Farbridge, and okay, he wasn't on the rail, but he was in the 2-path. And he was horrible. If he finished second, if he battled Farbridge the whole way around the track and finished second, you say, okay.
He finished
just
third.
got
Yeah.
outgained.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he finished a bad third, right? Beaten by a lot. So I don't know. And I think he's a little dressed up off the Bowling Green, but he was very impressive in the Man of War. And he doesn't need the lead to be effective. I don't know. If we see the good Silver Knot, I think he's going to be tough to beat. But if we don't, we see the one we saw last time, he's not winning.
I would think we're going to see a better representation of what he is coming out of that barn tomorrow.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you?
Usually they're pretty tough. Part of a great card we have on Saturday afternoon here on the program. Grade 2 Woodward, Skippy Longstocking will be the one to beat from that inside post in that Classic division. Talked about Warlike Goddess and Company in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Grade 3 Bosberg and Grade 2 Pilgrim. All coming up Saturday here from Belmont at the Big 8. We're back 5 to 5:30 Eastern. We'll see you then. Can the 7-year-old mare do it again for the third year in a row against the boys? Warlike Goddess. We'll try that in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Skippy Longstocking. They all got to try and run him down if they want to win that Grade 2 Woodward. Big, Pace Edge, and Zulu Kingdom trying to stay perfect for Chad Brown. We'll see you at 5 Eastern for part 2.
Field steps on the track for today's 6th race. Race 6 is 6 minutes away. Start of the late pick 4. Race 6, 6 minutes. approaching the gate for race 6. Horses at the gate, it's post time for race 6. Pirandello first to go in. Preeter. Classicist. Laird of Magnolia. And Burn Notice. Burn Notice goes in. Backs away. Front of the gate open here for the 8 Burn Notice. Outside runner. In this time. Front of the gate closed. All set. And they're off. Classicist is up there with the front end, and Preeter is joining this leader. Preeter is now ahead in front. Sovereignty is towards the inside. That's the leading trio. Burn Notice is climbing just a touch there at the back end of the field. Is going to lose some ground, is now the trailer. They're in fourth. It's going to be Pirandello as they get set to come out of the chute. They sort themselves out, and Preeter is in front. Is a neck in front of Classicist, who's a close-up second. At the rail is Sovereignty right there in third. Moving towards the outside is Pirandello. Didn't like the kickback there, and Pirandello's out in the center of the racetrack with Laird of Magnolia second to last, and Burn Notice still a touch green at the back end of the field. They went 23.36 for the opening quarter mile. On the front end, it's Preeter, and Preeter has company from Classicist. They're still now within a half length of one another as Sovereignty is watching the action from third. They are 6 lengths clear now from Pirandello, who's shoved along here, trying to make up some ground with less than 4 furlongs to travel. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and the front 3 have it so far, and Preeter lets it out of notches. Still back up there by 3/4 of a length. Continuing to chase his Classicist. Sovereignty with every chance has been watching the early action. And here comes the run from Junior Alvarado and Sovereignty. They move towards the outside, looking for a seam to run through now as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. It is Preeter fending them off. Preeter went 1 minute 11.46 for 3/4 of a mile. Has plenty. It is Preeter who now lets it out. Sovereignty's got clear running room out in the center of the racetrack, but Preeter is getting away. It is Preeter and Flavien Prat inside that final furlong, still 3.5 lengths in front. Sovereignty is catching, but running out of time. Preeter almost there. Sovereignty with every single stride. Preeter needs a line. Sovereignty lunges. Preeter holds on. Preeter holds on over an oncoming Sovereignty. Classicist and far back to Laird of Magnolia in 1 minute 36 seconds flat. Unofficial order finish. First, the 5, Preter. Second, the 4, Sovereignty. Third, the 6, Classicus. And fourth, the 7, Laird of Magnolia. 5, 4, 6, 7 in race 6. Running time, 1 minute 36.14 seconds. Into the winner's circle, the 5, Preter. It's a 2-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Into Mischief out of Curlin's approval. Winning owner is Lawrence, CHP Racing, Gainesway Stable. Winning trainers, Chad Brown. The winning jockey, Flavian Pratt. Dollar exacta $4.80, the double $9 even, trifecta $3.20, superfecta $60.50. The pick 3, $101.25. Pick 4 returned $385 even. The final running time, 1 minute 36.14. Up next, it's race 7. Today's 7th race is 24 minutes away. Race 7, run at 1 mile. Field of 8. Race 7 is next. They're off. Classicist is up there with the front end, and Preter is joining this leader. Preter is now ahead in front. Sovereignty is towards the inside. That's the leading trio. Burn Notice is climbing just a touch there at the back end of the field. Is going to lose some ground, is now the trailer. They're in fourth. It's going to be Pirandello as they get set to come out of the chute. They sort themselves out, and Preter is in front. Is a neck in front of Classicist, who's a close-up second. At the rail is Sovereignty right there in third. Moving towards the outside is Pirandello. Didn't like the kick back there, and Pirandello's out in the center of the racetrack with Laird of Magnolia second to last, and Burn Notice still a touch green at the back end of the field. They went 23.36 for the opening quarter mile. On the front end, it's Preter, and Preter has company from Classicus. They're still now within a half length of one another as Sovereignty is watching the action from third. They are 6 lengths clear now from Pirandello, who's shoved along here, trying to make up some ground with less than 4 furlongs to travel. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and the front 3 have it so far, and Preter lets it out of notches. Still back up there by 3/4 of a length. Continuing to chase his Classicus. Sovereignty with every chance has been watching the early action. And here comes the run from Junior Alvarado and Sovereignty. They move towards the outside, looking for a seam to run through now as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. It is Preter fending them off. Preter went 1 minute 11.46 for 3/4 of a mile. Has plenty. It is Preter who now lets it out. Sovereignty's got clear running room out in the center of the racetrack, but Preter is getting away. It is Preter and Flavian Pratt inside that final furlong, still 3.5 lengths in front. Sovereignty is catching, but running out of time. Preter almost there. Sovereignty with every single stride. Preter needs a line. Sovereignty lunges. Preter holds on. Preter holds on over an oncoming Sovereignty. Classicist and far back to Laird of Magnolia in 1 minute 36 seconds flat.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Field steps on the track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is 7 minutes away. A field of 8. Race 7 is next. Approaching the gate for race 7. Field loading, it's post time for race 7. Five to 2 stepping forward, and Fuega. Here's Fuega. Is in. All set. And they're off. Brown Sugar Babe has early speed towards the inside, in between horses, also trying to move forward. There is 5 to 2, and 5 to 2 gets passed by Chasing Daylight, who's the leader. Chasing Daylight is in front, is up by a length now, and on the far outside, Fuega trying to join this early leader as they come out of the chute. Just behind them, there's 5 to 2, who settles in third. Brown Sugar Babe tightly at the rail here is in fourth. Nolita is in between horses, moving forward. Out wider, Shahana. The 2 at the back, Go New York Go. With the trailer, Miss City Girl. They are tightly bunched here as they slow down the pace up front. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Chasing Daylight. Chasing Daylight with a head in front of Fuega wants to go. Tight hold here on the outside. Brown Sugar Babe and Ruben Silvera at the rail in third. In between horses, there is 5 to 2. Out wider is Shahana. That's the leading 5. Go, New York Go is encouraged to move forward with less than a half mile to go, 46.44. The half mile time, Nolita is out in the center of the racetrack, starts to progress now, and the trailer under full drive is Miss City Girl, now 6 lengths at the back end of the field. Chasing Daylight is still there. It's Chasing Daylight, still fending him off, and Fuega's trying to keep up, loses some ground. Brown Sugar Babe is in pursuit at the rail, just waiting for some room, and it's Chasing Daylight who's the leader as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Here comes Brown Sugar Babe in behind rivals, also rallying on 5 to 2, Shahana, and on the center of the racetrack, Nolita, as a host of pursuers inside of Chasing Daylight, and the rail opens up for Brown Sugar Babe. A furlong left to go, and Brown Sugar Babe has taken the lead. It's Brown Sugar Babe now up by 2. Brown Sugar Babe has a 16th left to go, got the clear running room, and Ruben Silvera is going to get a riding double. Brown Sugar Babe is your winner. Brown Sugar Babe wins it over Chasing Daylight 5 to 2, and Nolita in 1 minute 37.58 seconds. Unofficial order finish. First, the 1, Brown Sugar Babe. Second, the 6, Chasing Daylight. Third, the 3, 5-2, and fourth, the 4, Nolita. 1-6-3-4 in race 7. Running time 1 minute 37.58 seconds. Winner is the 1, Brown Sugar Babe. Brown Sugar Babe. She's a 3-year-old bred in New York by Solomini out of It's My Honor. Winning owners, Woody, Kernan, Jr., and Ness. Winning trainers, Jamie Ness, the winning jockey, Ruben Silvera. 2 wins on the afternoon. 1-6-3-4. Stand by for prices. Winner bred in New York by 3C Stables, LLC. Exacta $29.75. The double $12.80. Trifecta $80 even. Superfecta $400. The pick 3 $25.25. Running time 1 minute 37.58 seconds. Up next is race 8. Today's 8th race. The 48th running of the Ashley T. Cole. $125,000, a mile and 1/8 on the inner turf. Scratch numbers 8, 9, and 10. Race 8. The Ashley T. Cole. 25 minutes. Is it all set? And they're off. Brown Sugar Babe has early speed towards the inside. In between horses, also trying to move forward. There is 5-2, and 5-2 gets passed by Chasing Daylight, who's the leader. Chasing Daylight is in front, is up by a length now, and on the far outside, Enfuega trying to join this early leader as they come out of the chute. Just behind them, there's 5-2, who settles in third. Brown Sugar Babe tightly at the rail here is in fourth. Nolita is in between horses moving forward. Out wider, Shahana. The 2 at the back, Go New York Go. With the trailer, Miss City Girl. They are tightly bunched here as they slow down the pace up front. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Chasing Daylight. Chasing Daylight with a head in front of Enfuega wants to go. Tight hold here on the outside. Brown Sugar Babe and Ruben Silvera at the rail in third. In between horses there is 5-2. Out wider is Shahana. That's the leading 5. Go New York Go is encouraged to move forward with less than a half mile to go. 46.44. The half mile time. Nolita is out in the center of the racetrack. Starts to progress now. And the trailer under full drive is Miss City Girl. Now 6 lengths at the back end of the field. Chasing Daylight is still there. It's Chasing Daylight still fending him off. And Fuega's trying to keep up, loses some ground. Brown Sugar Babe is in pursuit at the rail, just waiting for some room. And it's Chasing Daylight who's the leader as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Here comes Brown Sugar Babe in behind rivals, also rallying on 5-2 Shahana. And on the center of the racetrack, Nolita, as a host of pursuers inside of Chasing Daylight. And the rail opens up for Brown Sugar Babe. A furlong left to go, and Brown Sugar Babe has taken the lead. It's Brown Sugar Babe now up by 2. Brown Sugar Babe has a 16th left to go, got the clear running room, and Ruben Silvera is going to get a riding double. Brown Sugar Babe is your winner. Brown Sugar Babe wins it over Chasing Daylight 5-2, and Nolita in 1 minute 37.58 seconds.
to be here. To feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans, mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here. To taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here. To witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. Offering a catalog of quality yearlings from the most racing-rich region of the country. A potent source of talent. Recent top grads include graded stakes winners I'm Very Busy, Leave No Trace, Nisi Marie, and Post Time. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Tuesday, October 1st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
field steps on the track for today's 8th race. Race 8, 8 minutes away. Today's 8th race is the 48th running of the Ashley T. Cole, $125,000, a mile and an eighth, inner turf. Race 8, 7 minutes away. The Ashley T. Cole in 7 minutes. Field steps on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 8. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 8. Mile and an eighth, inner turf. $48th running of the Ashley T. Cole, $125,000 cash Sugar Bank next to move in. Hush of a Storm. Saratoga Flash. 2 out, City Man. Jerry the Nipper is in. All set for the Ashley T. Cole. They appeared set, but now cable ready. Assistant starter backing this one out. The 1, cable ready. Eliseo Ruiz. The 1, cable ready. Going back in. And they're off in the Ashley T. Cole. Cable ready, has speed towards the inside, but here comes Saratoga Flash. And Saratoga Flash is the leader, is now up by a half length. Cable ready, applies pressure towards the inside, and tucking right in behind them now is Jerry the Nipper. Kaz Sugarbank lunged to the gate there at the start, but Kaz Sugarbank is in the 4th position with City Man, who's towards the back end of the field in Hush of a Storm. The trailer, Dakota Gold. The move towards that turn, and Saratoga Flash is in front at Saratoga Flash at a moderate tempo and does cross over, and that's going to steady Cable Ready, who's right there tucked to the inside of Jerry the Nipper. They're second and third. Kaz Sugarbank is in the Red Silks, is in fourth, and here comes City Man towards the outside as a close-up fifth. At the rail now, Hush of a Storm, second to last. The trailer continues to be Dakota Gold. 23 and 3 for that opening quarter mile. Saratoga Flash, doling out the fractions, is up by a full length. Jerry the Nipper moves in closer now as Cable Ready is taken back, loses a touch of ground. In between horses, City Man wants to go, and Dakota Gold got the cue from the back of the field, and Dakota Gold is now within a length and a half of the leaders. The two trailers will be Hush of a Storm and Kaz Sugarbank. 50 and 1, the posted half-mile time there, slowed things down up top. Saratoga Flash is only ahead in front. Jerry the Nipper with every chance of Red Ortiz Jr. engaged towards the outside, and here comes the move from Dakota Gold, sensing the slow tempo, and Dakota Gold is launching a three-wide run. Cable Ready trying to run on. Also in between horses there, City Man. They reach the top of the lane here in the goal, and Saratoga Flash has got more. It's Saratoga Flash. Jerry the Nipper continues to chase up on the outside. Here comes Hush of a Storm from far out of it. They are ready to swarm this leader now. Here's Hush of a Storm. Hush of a Storm was far back early, but Hush of a Storm is now past them. Down towards the inside, Dakota Gold is trying to run with his rival. It's going to be Hush of a Storm to get the victory. Hush of a Storm wins it over. A photo with Dakota Gold and Jerry the Nipper. Late run, City Man in 1 minute 51 seconds flat. Unofficial order finish. First the 4, Hush of a Storm. Second the 3, Dakota Gold. Third the 7, Jerry the Nipper. Fourth the 6, City Man. 4-3-7-6 in race 8. Now enter the winner's circle. The winner of today's 48th running of the Ashley T. Cole, the 4 Hush of a Storm. He's a 6-year-old gelding, bred in New York by Creative Cause, out of Hush Now. Winning owner is Sanford Gold Farm. Winning trainer is Brad Cox. The winning jockey, Flavian Pratt. Winner bred in New York by Berkshire Stud. Exacta return $8.80. The double $11.10. Trifecta $18.37. Superfecta $57 even. The pick 3 $30.75. And the Grand Slam $17.60. Running time 1 minute 51.03 seconds. Coming up will be race 9. Today's 9th race is 21 minutes away. It's the 9th and final, and it's coming up. Trophy presentation will be coming up shortly as well. For today's 8th race, the Ashley T. Cole. There is the trophy to the winning connections of the 48th running, $125,000, the Ashley T. Cole. Sanford Goldfarb, Barnum Brad Cox, and winning jockey Flavian Pratt. Hush of a Storm. Congratulations. And they're off in the Ashley T. Cole. Cable Ready has speed towards the inside, but here comes Saratoga Flash. And Saratoga Flash is the leader, is now up by a half length. Cable Ready applies pressure towards the inside, and tucking right in behind them now is Jerry the Nipper. Kaz Sugarbank lunged at the gate there at the start, but Kaz Sugarbank is in the 4th position with City Man, who's towards the back end of the field in Hush of a Storm. The trailer, Dakota Gold. The move towards that turn, and Saratoga Flash is in front at Saratoga Flash at a moderate tempo and does cross over, and that's going to steady Cable Ready, who's right there tucked to the inside of Jerry the Nipper. They're second and third. Kaz Sugarbank is in the Red Silks, is in fourth, and here comes City Man towards the outside as a close-up fifth. At the rail now, Hush of a Storm, second to last. The trailer continues to be Dakota Gold. 23 and 3 for that opening quarter mile. Saratoga Flash doling out the fractions is up by a full length. Jerry the Nipper moves in closer now as Cable Ready is taken back, loses a touch of ground. In between horses, City Man wants to go, and Dakota Gold got the cue from the back of the field, and Dakota Gold is now within a length and a half of the leaders. The two trailers will be Hush of a Storm and Kaz Sugarbank. 50 and 1, the posted half-mile time there slowed things down up top. Saratoga Flash is only ahead in front. Jerry the Nipper with every chance of Red Ortiz Jr. engaged towards the outside, and here comes the move from Dakota Gold, sensing the slow tempo, and Dakota Gold is launching a three-wide run. Cable Ready trying to run on. Also in between horses there, City Man. They reach the top of the lane here in the goal, and Saratoga Flash has got more. It's Saratoga Flash. Jerry the Nipper continues to chase up on the outside. Here comes Hush of a Storm from far out of it. They are ready to swarm this leader now. Here's Hush of a Storm. Hush of a Storm was far back early, but Hush of a Storm is now past them. Down towards the inside, Dakota Gold is trying to run with his rival. It's going to be Hush of a Storm to get the victory. Hush of a Storm wins it over. A photo with Dakota Gold and Jerry the Nipper. Late run, City Man in 1 minute 51 seconds flat.
Welcome to round 2 of our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon. Good to have you with us here on America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're going to show you what happened in the feature just a little bit earlier before we came on for round 2 here. We still have the nightcap to come. Greg Wolf, Vacation Clement, Andy Serling with you with one race remaining on the card.
That's right. We'll wrap it up in style.
And we'll show you what Andy.
Who's styling?
Show you what happened.
You're classing up the joint here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. John Hettinger happened just a little bit earlier. We'll take a look back here in a minute. Sorry, Ashley T. Cole. Hettinger was yesterday.
It's okay. We'll get there.
Gate to Wire winner, Moon Age Daydream. I'm here. Should we do it now?
Do whatever you like.
You're
You're
the
in
host.
charge. You're the boss.
Yeah.
I like the enthusiasm.
Gee, I wonder why.
It happened moments ago. Feature on our card. We'll get to it in just a second. Let's set up the nightcap first, and then we'll come to that. Restricted $50,000 maiden claiming turf race at a mile and a 16th here for 2-year-old fillies. And the 3, Lotus Petal, Jenna Antonucci, second-time starter, with Irad Ortiz Jr. Surprise, surprise, a 2-to-1 favorite.
Irad's favored? Wow.
That's a shock. And this is an optional claiming, so you will see, some horses in for the claiming tag and some without. So it's kind of a unique option for some of these horses being able to enter in here and stay protected should they so choose. But will be a little bit of a lesser quality, so to speak, but a good entry for a horse that you think may not quite be up to that level.
Well, 2 of the 3 that are up for the tag, Andy, result in a pick 6 carryover.
Not surprising. Yeah, I mean, this is also, it's an auction race.
Right.
So it's a combination of the auction race and the tag. And there's really very little form to go on. The 3 Lotus Petal and the number 1 on a summer day are the only horses that ran it all respectively. And then there's the 10, Soul Secret, who has some real pedigree on the dam side. I don't know if there's really much case to be made for anybody else, Acacia.
12 ran a little bit in that Lotus Petal race.
Let's not get carried away.
We'll have more on it in a moment from up here. Let's head downstairs, see how they look down in the paddock with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of the short price horses here in the long shot too. Beginning with number 2 in here, that is Lotus Petal. Excuse me, she's a 3. But she is one that I just didn't think looked necessarily fit first time out. Well, now she's clued in, that's for sure, mentally, as she is really aggressive down here in the paddock, tugging her groom around, striding out really well. So giving the impression that while she was well back first time out and kind of figured out the game late, rallying up the rail, she might have a little bit more early foot second time around, and she is a bit more tucked up, which I appreciate and like to see. So I do think she is a logical type as we'll move on to the 10, Soul Secret, who comes out of a very live maiden special weight race. And one more time, highly regarded from the Mark Cassey barn for Live Oak Plantation. She came back to get on the turf and win the Grade 1 Natalma. And then there's been 3 other next time out winners, including a horse that finished behind Soul Secret on the turf at Kentucky Downs, posting a 74. Soul Secret, she worked 10-1 at the OBSL, so not like a lightning fast work where you think, oh man, this filly's dying to get onto a surface other than the dirt. But looking at her physically, I see what they're thinking, as she definitely has a massive turf hoof to her, and she's half to a 5-time turf runner, and 2 other foals, albeit from 6 others that tried it, were winners on the surface. But she definitely has the physical makeup to say that this is the right switch of surfaces. She was fit looking first time out, but I like the fact that she's actually fairly laid back here in the paddock for this stretch out in distance, in which she doesn't necessarily strike you that wants to go further. She's a little bit more short and short coupled, so at least she's acting like she should be able to stretch things out. Moving on to a first time starter that caught my eye, that's number 11, Portrait of Addie, daughter of Caravaggio. I was wondering about the turf because on the bottom side, and especially if you go back a generation, there's some pretty good dirt sprinters. The second dam Hot Spell, she was good sprinting on the dirt. The dams have to 3 stakes winners, all of them sprinters on the main track. But looking at Portrait of Addie, she's definitely picking up her sire's influence, that's for sure. As I think that she's fit. She is very professional here at first asking, so she's one, Greg, that at a price, keep your eye on. She might run well here in her debut.
16-1. Right now, we'll get to the post parade in just a moment. 8 minutes away from this finale coming up. Now we have that Ashley T. Cole. So let's take a look back at what happened in the race prior. 1 1/8 on the grass just moments ago, and hush of a storm coming up big for Brad Cox and Flavia Pratt.
And a horse that won on the turf 2 starts back, but against New York bred 2-3 Allowance Company. And Brad Cox picked up this horse to claim. And Andy, we talked about it throughout the summer that Brad has claimed a limited number of horses, but has had a lot of success, and this horse just had the best momentum closing late.
Also had a very good ride from Flavien Prat, where the 3 moved early. I don't know what the story with Jerry the Nipper is. He looked like he was going to finish last around mid-stretch. He ended up rallying back and just missing second. But Flavien Prat saved ground, angled out, and got the clear run.
Saratoga Flash tried to wire the field, weakens late down the stretch, and now Hush of a Storm. Last 2 times on the grass, winning performances. 9th career victory overall. Dakota Gold comes up just short. And that man has won quite a few races over the last couple of days.
Won the feature yesterday in the John Hettinger for the New York bred fillies on the turf, and then wins
Gate to wire,
and then wins the New York bred boys race today in the Ashley T. Cole coming from off of it out in California this weekend.
Good claim by Sandy Goldfarb, that's for sure.
Riding National Treasure on Saturday.
Yeah, it'll be intriguing to see in that classic division if he can get back after he was a no-show on Whitney Day.
Do we really think he's playing the classic anyway, even with a win in this race? Don't you think he's more likely to go back to the dirt mile, or they take a shot in the classic
I
because
would
there's so much
prefer
upside?
him in the dirt mile, personally.
Yeah, I don't see how he can win the classic. There'll be so much speed in there. I hope he runs in the classic. He'll just put more speed in the race. I guess the classic, there's so much upside, and it's not like there's anybody to be afraid of out there.
Nothing to lose.
See what happens. Obviously, first things first, got to bounce back.
Yep.
Yeah, this weekend. Meanwhile, our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day will close out this card. So, approaching the 5-minute mark to post coming up. Pratt, we just saw win. Can he take this nightcap as well? Soul Secret, who Maggie touched on for John Terranova, will be getting on grass for the first time. That is the 10, the mount he'll have in this finale at 9-2.
And I thought that this horse was intriguing, and I was glad to hear that Maggie had good things to say about her chances getting onto the grass. And she touched on with the siblings, and this is also a horse that we saw, and one more time, the winner of that race finally gets a run on the turf, winning the Grade 1 Natalma in her subsequent start, and one that it looks like she has quite a bit of talent. And Soul Secret, Flavien Prat, has had the opportunity to work on the turf, wanted turf on debut, and gets to do that at second asking.
Yeah, it's the best turf pedigree of anybody, I guess, at least in the dam side. I'm not sure what we're going to get from the sire, Seeking the Soul, who's, I think, got one runner on the turf that didn't do any running, but hard to really know. I agree. I scratch into this horse as well. I mean, the others trying the fur for the first time, maybe there's a little bit of pedigree in the 4, who looks kind of hopeless, and the 6.
4-8-13 result in the pick 6 carryover. Here's a look at the one on a summer day, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, obviously this horse has run fine the last couple starts and has to be considered one of the horses to beat.
We'll break from post 6, the rail to the 2, Matolita.
There's actually quite a bit of synthetic form in the pedigree on the bottom side. We'll see if that carries over.
Favorite with a Rat Ortiz Jr. Lotus Petal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a strong feeling between this horse and the 1. They're the 2 horses to beat, probably.
Turf debut, Olivia's Wish, big long shot.
The Dam was a dirt sprinter, never tried the turf, and is yet to produce a winner.
This one was favored in the turf debut for Kenny McPeak last start.
Yeah, the real question is, why is this horse on the turf again? Where do they know that we don't? Because the horse was awful last time.
Only be 1 runner. Blinkers on today. Acoustic Cat, first time starter, went by. Here's the 8, Bourbon Blanket.
This one also gets on the turf for the first time. The Solominis can absolutely handle the grass. There's not a ton of pedigree at all on the bottom side.
There's Soul Secret. John Terranova with Pratt.
We talked about the pedigree and how this one could be intriguing, and gets the hot riding Flavien.
First timer, caught Maggie's eye, Portrait of Addie.
Well, it's a price. Not going to knock it if Maggie liked. I didn't see anything.
Katerina Ristova was in that Lotus Petal race, 4th that day.
Did run on a little bit that day. This is a horse that has a lot of trouble at the gate.
And Romero Mirage on Il Suo Oro, also eligible, the draws in.
Wide early last time, but did absolutely no running.
Blinkers go on today. I did not beat anyone in that turf debut. Start number 2 overall for that one, and a very difficult outside post as well. We're 3 minutes from this finale coming up. You can play this, all the action with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started with that offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members, punch in that code at sign-up, match 200. Again, right there at NairaBets.com, and you are ready to roll as we'll look back at On a Summer Day. The 1, and there is Joel Rosario for John Pregman Jr. in stretched out last start back on September 13th wound up third. What do you think of this effort?
She ran fine. She actually ran okay, setting the pace 2 starts back at Delaware, too. I mean, the last 2 races make her really the horse to beat in here. I think with the low-profile connections, there's still a little bit of hesitancy, but at a big price, did finish third, closing on from there. By summer front, plenty of turf pedigree, and she's run fine in her last 2 races.
The reason that I would assume both Keisha and I picked the 10 in this race is that while there's nothing wrong with either the 1 and 3, they both ran okay, relatively speaking. They didn't do a lot of running in those races. And our feeling is if a horse that hasn't been on the turf can handle it and has a little bit of ability, they're going to beat horses like the 1 and 3.
Any chance we try and see this one get back to being a little more forward?
She's getting a big warm-up out there. I certainly will give her that. Joel Rosario's kept her moving. He's not the most aggressive rider early right out of the gate, but can get one to relax on the front end. So if she breaks sharp, it's very possible that she could be there. And maybe at this level, maybe the speed is it would be a positive.
Joel's like a what is it? A box of chocolates. You just never know what you're going to get.
Let's go back to Maggie.
That's a very good analogy, Andy, as we'll check in with his mount. That's number 1 on a summer day, breaking kind of in the middle of the field. Now, this is the first time I'm actually laying eyes on her. Good size and stacks up very favorably in this field of these auction maiden optional claim, or however you want to say it. I'm not really sure for this condition of this race. But being a New York bred and only selling for $2,700, she fits nicely with this crew. And she has been professional, and you kind of know what you're going to get. You're banking on some other horses improving, like Lotus Flower, out of her debut, and other ones taking to the turf. So we'll see if anybody has a better race in them moving forward. As we'll check in with the 5, Mez California. I'm perplexed as well to see this filly back on the turf, but sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire, as she got shuffled back a little bit going into the second turn and then just never recovered. Didn't look necessarily comfortable either. So maybe it was an issue of her being intimidated per se. So they're going to put those short cup cheater blinkers on her. She looks great amongst her foes. She has consistently made good impressions in her outings here in New York for Kenny McPeak. But again, she doesn't scream turf. She definitely didn't handle it up at Saratoga. As we'll also take a look at a first-time starter. That's number 6, Acousticat, for trainer Rob Atras. Yes, I like McLean's musics on the turf. The dam, she was 0-for-4 on the turf, but she ran some very fast figures on it. And 1 sibling to try the turf and 1. She looks very much turf meant. She looks like she's meant to do this. She just also looks like she needs to strengthen up a bit, and I think a race will do that for her. Greg?
All right, thank you, Meg. So a couple of first-time starters. Maggie attracted to this one at 9-1. That 11, Portrait of Addie, 17-1. And this is a race where we potentially could get some chaos.
And who'd you say wasn't covered in the pick 6, Greg? Did you say there were 3 horses or something that weren't covered?
4, 8, and 13.
So the 4, 8, and 13. So it's pretty likely the pick 6 is going to be hit.
I would say so.
Yeah, I figured that one out.
Pretty likely.
That's why I get the big bucks.
But as far as Acousticat is concerned, Maggie's saying maybe just needs a race to strengthen. And, you know, as much as you can do training, sometimes just a race will really just benefit a horse that needs to put on that muscle mass and can just give them so much more than any workout can.
I didn't see how bad that trouble was out of the gate for the 1 last time out, but
no.
If it was significant, maybe this is the one who's in front leading the way. No?
Well, I mean, look, the horse showed crazy speed the time before that.
It's possible.
Like you said, I've given up trying to figure out how horses are going to be ridden around here.
Here we go. Nightcap, Belmont of the Big A on this Friday card. Chris Griffin the call.
Acousticat. Del Suoro to the outside. Il Suoro goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed in between horses. Mez, California, Heart Sent as Middletta wants to be in the early action as well, and trying to join them is Katarina Ristova as they get set to move towards that first turn. They're tightly bunched now as they're going to be stacked up in behind the leader who tries to tap on the brakes. It's Mez, California, who takes him into that turn. Up on the outside, Katarina Ristova is going to apply pressure. Red Cap Middletta is now a shared third as Olivia's Wishes move forward in between horses. Right there is On a Summer Day as a touch keen. They're 3 wide in that second grouping. Just behind them at the rail is Acousticat, who's now in 6th. To the outside of that rival comes Il Suo Oro, who's in 7th. Behind them in 8th is going to be Lotus Petal, and towards the far outside there comes Bourbon Blanket. Soul Secret is in between horses towards the back end of the field there, with Portrait of Addie, the trailer. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Mez, California is in front, is up by a half length. Katarina Ristova is right there engaged, stalking from second. Here's the run towards the inside from Middletta is in third. 49 and 4, the half-mile time, Olivia's Wish gets encouragement now from 4th. In behind them, Acousticat and Manny Franco progressing. Green Cap looking for a way through. On a Summer Day is 2 wide, and here comes the run from On a Summer Day as they move into that far turn. Mez, California, now sprints for home. Katarina Ristova is in pursuit, and here comes the run from Katarina Ristova, who now puts a nose in front. Chasing them is On a Summer Day. Joel Rosario, confident ride so far, as On a Summer Day now gets the cue to pick it up. Acousticat's got clear running room. Katarina Ristova is trying to bottom out the field right now. It's Katarina Ristova here in the lane. Katarina Ristova with On a Summer Day in full pursuit. Acousticat, they continue to chase this leader who has a furlong left to get. Katarina Ristova, Acousticat has moved to the outside. Acousticat is now about to take the lead, and Portrait of Addie from nowhere. Portrait of Addie to the outside. Portrait of Addie in time. Portrait of Addie and Lane Luzzy picks up Acousticat in the late stages. Final running time, 1 minute 47 seconds flat.
2 first-time starters. Maggie touched on run 1-2 here to close it out. Portrait of Addie, Lane Luzzy for Roy Lerman.
Wise guy Roy Lerman gets the money today, and I'm thinking maybe Roy probably bet a few dollars here at 17-1. I hope he did for his sake, and sort of got left, Acacia.
She broke really slowly. She spots the field by several lengths and came flying late. And she had the best momentum outside. And keep your eye on the number 11 with that shadow roll there. She just really kind of hesitated, and then the hole closed up. She's far back behind the rest of the field, and it's tough looking at pedigrees with all the sprint pedigree on the bottom side. But Maggie touching on the physicality, matching her up nicely for her competition here. And the other first-time starter, the 6 Acousticat, was the one that kind of made that earlier move. And I think that the 12 Katarina Ristova was getting a little leg weary, and so she was drifting out. It looked like with the 6 that Manny at one point was going to go inside, then he decided to go outside. So a little bit of drunken sailor moves with the ones there. The 11 with the best momentum, Portrait of Addie, closing outside.
And we had mentioned that while the 1 and 3 were logical, neither one of them were that good. And first-time starters and first-time turfers getting it done. 1-2 in here. And tough beat if you had the 6. But the horse got a very good trip, and you lost to a horse that ran a much better race.
11-6, 12-5. It was Mez, California. Out in front early, 17-1, over 9-1, over 25-1 for this trifecta here in the nightcap. A 17-1 ending to this Friday card with a first-time starter, Lane Luzzy. Picked up a couple of wins very late in that Saratoga meet. Repped by Dad, gets one here at a big price.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was 3rd in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of 6-figure yearling saves, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
It's all about America's Day at the races here on FS2 as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. And Portrait of Addie returns a generous $36.40 for the win for her connections. Roy Lerman, owner, trainer Lane Leslie in the irons. And I'm joined by said owner, trainer right now in the winner's circle. And Roy, you said to me off camera while we were in break that this is the first horse in a while that you truly had a lot of confidence in.
Right, she showed a lot of talent all the way since last spring when we had her in the 2-year-old sale. She worked very well. I was surprised we didn't sell her actually. She worked I think in 10-1 or something like that. Is that right? Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, and I guess Caravaggio is not a household name here, so I knew him from Ireland.
And he's produced horses that come and are precocious types. And on the bottom side, I know it's all dirt, but there's some talent going back a generation.
Yeah, but she was always acted like a pure turf horse. Although she trained well on the dirt, when I put her on the turf, I knew she was a different horse, yeah.
How imperative is that Saratoga turf course to train over as you have your horses up there to get a gauge on what these horses want to do?
Well, it's very important, of course, but on the farm where she was broken and trained in Ocala, we have 2 turf courses, and I saw her train there from May to June to July, and she always was exceptional on the turf. She just stretched out on the hills and all. Yeah.
I've never been to your setup in Ocala, but Lambholm South, right?
Yeah.
That's just amazing. And you do so many more things other than just train horses.
Maybe I ought to stick to the other things.
This is still fun though, right?
It's great fun, yeah.
Well, really job well done with Portrait of Addie today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You got it. Portrait of Addie as Lane Leslie didn't panic. Tipped her to the outside, Greg, and she came flying home. Well done by her connections.
She did indeed, and it's 2 first-time starters that engage in a battle down the stretch in this nightcap. That exact of the 2 first-timers, $156.25 in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
You deserve more.
You do.
That's pretty amazing.
Pick 6 hit, $41,547. Congrats if you had that. Pick 5, just over $4,400 as we close things out on this Friday card. Obviously, a huge weekend coming up Saturday and Sunday with big races coming up and horses we hope to see on championship weekend at the Breeders' Cup. Our ABR race of the week, Joe Hirsch Turf Classic Grade 1 at 1.5 miles. And We're Like Goddess, we've talked about it a lot, trying to win this race for the 3rd year in a row, beating the boys once again.
She is, and she will get a firmer turf course this weekend, especially versus the one that she had last year where there was quite a bit of rain. You can even see the main track and how wet it was that day. So High going out on the front end and doing his thing like he often does, and she came running late to pick up her 2nd Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. So she'll look for her 3rd one this weekend, taking on the boys yet again. And as a 7-year-old mare, it's been impressive to see. I thought she ran very well in the Flower Bowl last time out when the Winner Idea generation did get so comfortable on the front, and We're Like Goddess, Andy, really the only one making up a lot of ground.
Andy, do you still think she's close to the best she's ever been?
I mean, I don't see, I'll put it this way, I think she's been running as well as she usually runs. I mean, that's hard to know for sure, but it doesn't feel like she's lost a big step. I mean, she's run very, very well in the past. She was so unlucky to lose the Breeders' Cup. Was it 2 or 3 years ago to the Japanese? It must have been 3, I think. No, it was 3 because Keeneland was 2 years ago. She really should have won that day. She got a bad ride, and it was best. She's kind of like a machine, right?
She's incredible. She just keeps
showing
going.
up.
Yeah.
Maybe this will break them. I saw Leanna earlier, and obviously the Mott Barn's been a little slow here. Now, that's not that surprising. They won a lot of races up in Saratoga, and I don't feel as though they've been running a lot of short-priced, logical horses running badly. And they just lost in that 6th race today, that really good maiden race.
And
so that was
arguably might have been best.
Yeah, I think he probably was.
Yeah.
Well, he did save ground on the rail before angling out. So, I mean, he didn't have a bad trip, but he definitely ran extremely well. Yeah. And of the 2, he looks like the one, and that's Sovereignty. Yeah, it looks like he wants more distance.
Leanna Williford, assisted to Bill Mott. Look, 18 of 21 career starts. She has hit the board, 12 of them wins, and she's usually always running against the top elite level runners.
And it's amazing to have a deep closer like her that's won 12. She's won 57% of her starts, and she's a deep closer. That you don't see that often, even on the turf.
She's been a great story. Again, she'll try and beat the boys in this race, third year in a row. No one has won it 3 times. We'll have coverage of this race and a lot more on Saturday afternoon. We hope you join us. Our coverage begins 12 Eastern on Fox Sports 2. There she is, 7-year-old mare, looking for the 13th win and to move over $3 million in earnings in that Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Skippy Longstocking will try and take the field. Gate to Wire is the lone speed in that Woodward. And Zulu Kingdom will try and remain perfect for trainer Chad Brown. We'll have coverage of all of it tomorrow.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com. Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign